Chapter 178. Wu Yuji caressed Li Yu's palm and softly said, Fortunately I have you with me. When I was down and out, you and I were always together, never leaving each other. Now, you help me relieve my worries. Wu Yuji is so lucky to have such a good wife. Li Yu said with a blissful expression, There are many women better than me in this world. I'm not worthy of your praise. Wu Yuji sighed. In Wu Yuji's heart, you are the best woman in the world. Wu Yuji's words came from the bottom of his heart. Li Yu is the daughter of a side branch of the Li clan in Guanlong and could be considered a lady of a noble family. Wu Yuji and her were engaged since young. Later on, when Wu Zetian came to power and took revenge on the entire Wu clan, Wu Yuji's family was changed away and sent to Hainan Island. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to marry him? However, Li Yu refused to break off the engagement and convinced her father to send her to Wu Yuji's place of exile to marry him. At that time, Wu Yuji's clothes were tattered and his life was very difficult. When he first saw the girl who had to abandon her carriage and walk to him due to the difficult roads, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Later on, Wu Zetian had the idea of becoming the emperor and needed to place trusted aides in key positions in the court to help her seize the throne. She had no choice but to use the Wu clansmen, and Wu Yuji's luck finally took a turn for the better, and he soared. However, he never forgot these difficult times. When Li Yu arrived at Xiongzhou after a long and arduous journey, she was still a young, beautiful, and lovely girl. Now, she was already a plump, middle-aged woman with long hair and thick hair. Wu Yuji also had a few beautiful concubines who were young and good at serving others. However, the one he doted on the most was this wife who had gone through thick and thin with him. While they were talking, the carriage had already arrived at Wu Sanxi's mansion. The Wu mansion's steward opened the main gate, allowing the carriage to enter. When Wu Sanxi heard the news, he brought his wife and a few of his most favored concubines to wait in the carriage hall. Wu Sanxi was wearing a white robe embroidered with plum blossoms. His wives and concubines were also wearing the casual clothes of the Yen residents. It seemed that there were no outsiders in today's banquet, and it was just an ordinary family banquet. Seeing Wu Yuji, Wu Sanxi laughed heartily and strode forward to welcome him. His wives and concubines also received Madame Li and exchanged pleasantries. Wu Yuji had come to Wu Sanxi's house before, but this was the first time his wife, Li Yu, had come. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, women did not avoid guests. Moreover, Wu Yuji and Wu Sanxi were cousins, so they were truly family. Therefore, Wu Sanxi led the couple to the parlor in the backyard. Passing through the long corridor, the lotus pond, the stone bridge, and the stone path, the view before him suddenly opened up. In front of him was a sparkling pond with weeping willows by the shore. The surface of the water was vast, and there was a small pavilion in the middle of the pond with a curved bridge over the water. It was extremely quiet and elegant. Wu Sanxi smiled and said, Come. Yuji, the food and wine have already been prepared. Let's go to the pavilion and drink. Wu Yuji did not know why he invited him alone and what kind of heinous crime he wanted to force him to do. But seeing his pretentious manner, he knew it was not the right time to ask. He had no choice but to patiently accompany him to the small bridge. When they reached the small pavilion, he gave an order, and the food and wine were served like flowing water. Wu Sanxi, his wife, and 2 concubines then eagerly urged him to drink. Wu Yuji knew Wu Sanxi's character. The more he saw him eagerly, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to restrain himself, he beat around the bush and asked about the reason for today's banquet. Wu Sanxi laughed heartily and said, Yuji need not worry too much. Today I called you here because I have an enormous benefit for you. Come, let's drink. In a while, I will slowly explain it to you. Wu Yuji was full of doubts and could only raise his cup and drink. Madame Li smiled warmly at her husband and softly said, Even if there is nothing important, why can't Big Brother invite us to a family banquet? Lang Jun, accompany Big Brother and drink happily. If there is anything, Big Brother will let you know. Wu Sanxi laughed and said, Sister-in-law is right. Yuji, let's drink. Let's drink. Madame Wu smiled at Madame Li and said, Let the men talk among themselves. Why bother with them? Sister, come, let's drink. Madame Wu picked up the wine pot and poured wine from Madame Li. Madame Li quickly said, how can sister accept sister-in-law's wine? Let me do it. Wu Sanxi's two beloved concubines quickly pulled her arm and said, Madam is a guest. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down, sit down. Madame Wu carried a tin pot, one hand holding the bottom and the other holding the handle. She moved closer to Madame Li's cup and glanced at her. Madame Wu was a woman in her 30s. Her hair was still black and glossy, tied into a peach heart bun and inserted with a jade hairpin. Apart from this, she did not have any other jewels or ornaments. Although it was not extravagant, it suited her status as a housewife. In contrast, the two beautiful concubines were gorgeously dressed with jewels and jade, but their bearing was far from Madame Wu's. The liquefied wine formed a line and gently filled the cup. Madame Wu withdrew her gaze and looked at the wine. Her eyes flashed with regret, helplessness, and guilt. Thank you, sister-in-law. Madame Li held the cup with both hands and thanked Madame Wu. Madame Wu squeezed out a smile and said, We are family. No need to be so polite. As she spoke, she gently withdrew her hand. Using her sleeve as a cover, she rotated the hand holding the bottom of the pot and filled her own cup. Raising the cup, she said to Madame Li, Sister, please. Sister-in-law, please. Madame Li happily raised her cup and clinked it with Madame Wu Sanxi's before draining it in one gulp. Wu Sanxi, who was drinking wine with Wu Yuji, saw this and put down his cup with a smile. He said to Wu Yuji, Yuji, there is something I must congratulate you on. Wu Yuji's heart skipped a beat. Finally, he got to the main topic. He quickly straightened his body and put his hands on his knees, looking at Wu Sanxi nervously. Wu Sanxi stroked his beard and slowly said, Yuji, Taiping is my aunt's most beloved daughter. In the beginning, my aunt married her to Xue Xiao. Unfortunately, Xue Xiao refused to accept heaven's favor and plotted a rebellion. The princess was widowed at a young age. Wu Yuji listened to this opening and was puzzled. He thought to himself, listening to this, is he going to be a matchmaker for Taiping? Why is he discussing this with me? Could it be? It can't be. My son is only 19 this year, and he is one generation younger than Taiping. Madame Li sat there and gradually felt her stomach ache. She thought she had eaten something cold and was forcing herself to endure it. Seeing her husband's questioning look, she forced a smile, indicating for him to continue. Wu Sanxi said, Taiping is so young. Naturally, there is no reason for her to be widowed. My aunt has always been concerned about Taiping's marriage, but with Taiping's status, there are not many who are worthy of her. Now, Taiping has finally fallen in love with someone. My aunt also happily agreed and asked me to be the matchmaker. Wu Yuji could not bear it any longer and asked, Cousin, I wonder whose son Princess Taiping has fallen in love with? Since my aunt asked you to be the matchmaker, why did she ask little brother to come here? Wu Sanxi said, Yuji, you are asking the obvious. The person Princess Taiping has fallen in love with is you. Wu Yuji was stunned and exclaimed, Preposterous. Really preposterous. Wu Sanxi's face darkened. Preposterous? Are you saying Taiping is preposterous? My aunt is preposterous. Wu Sanxi am preposterous? Wu Yuji said, Little brother does not dare. Little brother is saying, I have a wife. How can I marry the princess? Madame Li was so shocked that she even forgot her stomach ache. She nervously looked at them and thought, Princess Taiping has fallen in love with my husband? How is this possible? She is a princess. How can she marry into my family? Wrong. Could it be that she wants to force my husband to divorce his wife? Wu Sanxi coughed and slowly said, As a princess, of course she cannot marry into a family. Moreover, Taiping is our aunt's most beloved daughter. You also know our aunt's temperament. Even if Taiping is willing, our aunt will absolutely not agree. Wu Yuji's expression suddenly changed. Could it be, in order for Yuji to marry the princess, we must divorce our wife? Madame Li's stomach ache was so bad that her face became incomparably pale. But this matter was 100 times more serious than her stomach ache. How could she care about it? Wu Yuji saw her pale face and the cold sweat on her forehead. He thought it was because of his wife's fear and quickly held her hand. Wu Sansi wiped his eyelids and gloomily said, "Divorce? What are you thinking? Even if you want to divorce your wife, this matter will become a laughingstock. What face will our aunt and Taiping have?" Wu Yuji and Madame Li both breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yuji suddenly thought of another possibility and probingly asked, "Then, aunt wants Yuji to marry another wife of equal status?" Wu Sansi laughed involuntarily and said, "Yuji, do you think our aunt would do such an absurd thing?" Wu Yuji's face reddened, and he said, "This. Tang Xiong, don't keep me guessing. This little brother really cannot think of anything." Wu Sansi faintly smiled and said, "If your wife dies and you remarry, won't everyone be happy?" Wu Yuji was shocked, and Madame Li was even more frightened. She trembled and said, "Tang Xiong, what are you saying? The Heavenly Empress wants..." Speaking to this point, the pain in her stomach became even more unbearable. She felt as if her intestines were being twisted and broken. Mrs. Li could not help but press her stomach and let out a painful groan. Wu Yuji quickly supported her and said, "Wife, what happened?" Madame Li was in so much pain that she could not stand properly. Her husband supported her, and she fell into his arms. At this time, she vaguely understood something and pointed at the wine cup in front of her. She trembled and said, this wine is poisoned?" Wu Yuji was shocked and suddenly raised his head to stare at Madame Wu Sansi. He said, "Sister-in-law." Madame Wu was a woman after all. Being forced by her husband to do such a thing, she was already terrified. When she saw Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire, she was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and almost fell. Wu Sansi slowly said, "Tao Mei, third sister, you too accompany Madame to leave." The 2 concubines were also afraid. When they heard Wu Sansi's order, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly rushed forward to support Madame Wu and frantically left the pavilion. At this time, Madame Li cried out in pain, and purplish-black blood flowed from her mouth. Wu Yuji turned pale with fright and shouted, "Wife!" Chapter 179. Lang Jun. Madame Li gripped her husband's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He looked at Wu Sansi with tears in his eyes and said angrily, "Wu Sansi, how dare you?" "You." Wu Sansi played with the wine cup in his hand and said leisurely, "Look, isn't this good? Sister-in-law died of sudden illness and died a dignified death. After death, she can be buried in the Wu family's ancestral grave and enjoy the blood of her descendants. As for you, you can marry the princess and become a dignified son-in-law." "Ha! Wu Sansi, I'll fight you to the death." Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire. He wanted to jump up and fight Wu Sansi, but was held back by Madame Li, who hurriedly called out, "Lang Jun! Lang Jun!" Wu Yuji gritted his teeth and forced himself to stop. With tears in his eyes, he wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and softly called out, "Wife." At this time, Madame Li's mouth and nose were bleeding. It was unknown what kind of poison she had been poisoned with, but her face was turning purple. She tightly held onto her husband's hand, her body trembling violently and her throat producing indistinct sounds. Wu Yuji quickly lowered his head. Madame Li's voice was weak as she whispered in his ear, "Lang Jun, Chong Yi, Chong Xian." She was calling Wu Yuji's 2 sons. The older was 18 and the younger was 14. Wu Yuji saw that she could not continue and anxiously asked, "Chong Yi, Chong Xian, what happened to them? Wife, say something, say something." Madame Li's throat tightened and could not spit out a word. She was so anxious that when she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and hot tears flowed down his face. Madame Li could not speak. Her face was full of anxiety as she stared at her husband. Suddenly, she dipped the blood at the corner of her mouth and trembled as she wrote on the front of his robe. Seeing this, Wu Yuji quickly pulled up the front of his robe and saw Madame Li write with difficulty, "Banished from the family. removed from the genealogy. She only managed to write the next word before her hand drooped down powerlessly. Her eyes were still wide open, as if she had died with a grievance. Wu Yuji's eyes widened as he looked at his deceased wife. He suddenly wailed, "Wife, you are my Yua." Wu Sansi looked on coldly as he shook his head and sighed. The heart of a mother is the most compassionate in the world, pitiful and lamentable. Sister-in-law was still worried about your two sons before she died, afraid that they would also meet with misfortune. Yes, after the princess married. How could the son of the princess not be the eldest legitimate son? Sister-in-law has put in a lot of effort. When you go back, quickly expel them from the family, remove their names from the family tree, and arrange for them to go somewhere safe. You, Wu Sansi, you really have a heart. Wu Yuji's face contorted as he cursed with tears streaming down his face. Wu Sansi said indifferently, "With you gone, isn't there another Lingyu? This moon is even brighter and more enchanting." Wu Yuji glared at him hatefully, his face contorted as if he wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. Wu Sansi acted as if he did not see her and slowly stood up. He dusted his clothes and leisurely said, "Sister-in-law has the heart of a loving mother, but you should also think about the Empress's motherly heart. Quickly go back and make arrangements for her funeral. The Empress is in a hurry to marry off her daughter." Wu Yuji's body trembled as he watched Wu Sansi leisurely walk away. His eyes were about to pop, but in the end, he did not have the courage to stand up and pounce. Yang Fan sat quietly in front of the hall. The sunlight shone in from the outside, and the shadows were at his feet, illuminating the simple and crude hall. Yang Fan casually glanced at the decorations in the hall before casting his gaze outside. Outside the hall, there were 200-year-old plum trees on the left and right side of the door. Like the flower bed in the front yard, they grew naturally and did not look like they had been pruned. Yang Fan looked quietly for a while before closing his eyes slightly to rest his mind. Today, he had come publicly just to ask for the calligraphy. No matter what, he would not make a move today. If it was in the past, he would definitely make a move as soon as he heard about Miaoshinka's whereabouts. But now he could not. Seeking justice from Miaoshinka was his responsibility. Protecting and maintaining the relationship between him and Wan it was also his responsibility. Now, he had to consider problems more long-term and more meticulous than before. Rash methods could not be used. He had to do his best to maintain his current identity and maintain the relationship between him and Wan. After he avenged all his relatives who died in vain in the Peach Blossom Village, he had to start his own life. He had to live well. He could not drag Shanghai Wan to accompany him and become a pair of wild mandarin ducks that fled to the ends of the world. Yang Fan sat quietly for a long time. Hearing footsteps, he slightly opened his eyes and saw Du Xian holding a scroll that was almost as tall as him walking out from the back of the hall. Seeing Yang Fan, Du Xian smiled and said, "Lang Jun, you have waited for a long time. Teacher has been writing for a while, but the ink has not dried yet, so it took a while before it was sent out." Yang Fan smiled and stood up. He received the scroll with both hands and said with a smile, "Little brother, many thanks." Du Xian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. Lang Jun, take care." This little guy was not polite at all. Once the matter was settled, he immediately asked him to leave. Yang Fan laughed and looked deeply at the back of the hall before walking out. Holding the scroll, Yang Fan slowly walked on the cross street of Shangshan Square. When he was about to reach the end of the street and leave Shangshan Square, he heard a burst of people shouting and horses neighing behind him, as well as the screams of passers-by. Yang Fan turned his head and saw an ox cart madly driving over. Originally, the ox cart was traveling in an easy and steady manner. But at this moment, the two fat oxen seemed to have gone crazy and suddenly ran wildly. Their speed was unexpectedly not inferior to that of the fine horses. On the road, many passers-by hurriedly gave way. There were also some adults who rushed to the street and picked up their children who were playing and fled to the side of the road. Everywhere the ox cart passed, there was a wave of curses. Astonished, Yang Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe sitting at the front of the cart. The whip in his hand whistled through the air, causing the two fat oxen to scatter their hooves and run for their lives. At this time, the ox cart rumbled as it approached. When Yang Fan saw the person sitting at the front of the cart, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Isn't this the Internal Guard's Lieutenant General, Wu Yuji? Why is he personally driving the cart? He is..." Yang Fan saw Wu Yuji's face was twisted and his eyes were filled with hot tears. As the ox cart passed, tears scattered all over the road. He couldn't help but be shocked. What could make a man, and a man of high status and authority, cry like this? One had to know that even the Li royal family had to tuck their tails between their legs. The most arrogant ones were the Wu family. Wu Yuji was like a madman. The whip in his hand ruthlessly lashed out again and again, venting all his anger and hatred on the two strong oxen that were pulling the cart. He rushed up the street with a roar. He was the nephew of the current dynasty's Empress Wu. He was a lieutenant general of the Right Guard, but he could only watch as his wife was poisoned to death. He had to abandon his own son just to marry that damned princess. But what could he do? He couldn't avenge his wife's murder, and he had to abandon his own son. He hated Empress Wu. He hated Taiping. He hated Wu Sanxi. And he hated his own cowardice. As the ox cart rushed up the street, Wu Yuji cried out in grief and indignation. "Ah, Alang, why didn't we tell the Langjuns to come and pick you up?" At the end of the street, Di Renjie rode on a gray donkey. On his left and right were the dark, skinny Shu Ashung and the pretty maid Chanwan. In front of them was a man holding the reins of the donkey. Di Renjie smiled and said, "Why would I tell them? Hey, this old man wants to give them a sneak attack. Let's see what these good-for-nothings are doing at home." Chanwan curled her lips and muttered, "Disrespectful old man." Di Renjie glanced at her and pretended not to hear. At this moment, Wu Yuji drove the crazy ox cart and rushed over. Shu Ashung was shocked and rushed over, saying, "Stop, stop. Why are you running in the middle of the street? Ouch." The ox cart did not stop at all and continued to charge straight ahead. Shu Ashung was shocked and jumped to the side, hastily avoiding the front of the cart. He was hit by the shaft and fell into the crowd. Chanwan screamed, "Alang!" Seeing the ox cart turn into a rumbling war chariot, the young girl was afraid. With her delicate body, how could she fight against the bull? She quickly jumped to the side. Di Renjie, who was sitting on the back of the donkey, wanted to jump, but it was too late. He anxiously shouted, "Driver, get out of the way." The driver was really obedient. He let go of the reins and ran away. Di Renjie stared blankly and quickly shouted, Me too. I'm here." Fortunately, the donkey was also afraid of the crazy ox and hurriedly scurried to the side. In the end, it didn't completely get out of the way. When the ox saw something blocking its way, it subconsciously lowered its head and used its horn to prick the donkey's thigh. Blood gushed out. The donkey howled twice in pain and dashed towards the Shangshan lane. Yang Fan watched as the ox cart crashed into the entrance of the workshop, leaving a mess behind. Just as he was about to take another step, another crazy donkey dashed towards him. There was a fat old man on the donkey's back. He was thrown up and down like a rag in the wind, but he still stubbornly held on to the donkey's neck and refused to fall. The ground was made of limestone. If the fat old man really fell down, his head might become a rotten watermelon. It was extremely dangerous. Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this. He didn't have time to think. He threw the scroll to the side of the road, and with a vigorous step, he pounced forward. Whoa! Yang Fan rushed forward and reached the donkey's head. He suddenly leaned to the side, stretched out his arms, and grabbed the donkey's neck. He used 1,000 caddy drop and firmly held onto the ground. The donkey continued to run wildly. Yang Fan tightly held on to the donkey's neck. The muscles on his arms were tight, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The donkey dragged them forward for more than 10 steps before it slowed down. It was only a dozen steps, but Yang Fan's boots were stretched so far that his big toes were exposed. When Di Renjie saw the donkey's speed slowing down, he pushed the donkey's back with both hands and rolled to the ground. He didn't dare to blindly wait for someone to save him. If this strong man couldn't rein in the crazy donkey, wouldn't his only chance to save his life be gone? Rinja landed safely on the ground. However, he was old after all. When he rolled down from the donkey's back, he didn't fall flat on the ground. His right foot hit the ground first, and Rinja cried out in pain. His forehead was sweating from the pain. The donkey that was in pain was reined in by Yang Fan. Finally, it slowed down and chased after them from afar. It cried as it chased, "My donkey, my donkey." When he got closer, he saw that someone had helped him rein in the crazy donkey. He couldn't help but laugh. When he looked closely, he saw that there was a big cut on the donkey's buttocks. Blood dyed the donkey red. He couldn't help but cry again, "My donkey, my donkey." Rinja was furious. He glared at him and said, "You only know about your donkey. I'm your guest. You didn't even ask me. Are you saying that I'm not as good as a donkey?" Chapter 180. Rinja angrily flicked his finger on Chow Jiao's head. Then he tidied up his clothes and bowed to Yang Fan with a comical posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He said with a sincere smile, "Thank you for helping me, little Lang Jun. Otherwise, I would have been in danger today." Yang Fan smiled and said, "You're too polite, old man. It's only right for me to help when I see danger on the road. It's nothing to me." He turned around to pick up the scroll from the roadside and nodded at the fat old man with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Rinja's gaze fell on his feet, and he quickly stopped him. He said to Shu Ashung, who had just caught up with him with a pale face, "In order to save me, this little Lang Jun has even worn out his shoes. Ashung, take out some money to compensate this little Lang Jun." Ashung quickly agreed and took out the money from his pocket. Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to be so polite, old man. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave now." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards him and strode away. Ashung was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put the money in his pocket and searched Rinja's body. He asked nervously, "Alang, are you all right?" Rinja glared at him and said, "If I waited for you to save me, I would have been smashed into pieces." Looking up at Yang Fan, Rinja stroked his beard and smiled. He said approvingly, "This young man has a good character. Looking at his skills, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to carry me down from the donkey's back, but he was able to foresee that the crazy donkey would kick and bump into someone else, so he gave up on the easy and turned to the difficult. He forcefully stalled this crazy donkey. To be able to have such meticulous thoughts in such a short period of time is truly not easy for a young man. Yang Fan was there to save someone, but Rinja was thrown into the air by the crazy donkey. He had just been rescued and was still in a state of shock. He could guess why Yang Fan did this, so he was even more meticulous. Chanwan also caught up with Shu Ashun. When she saw that her Lang was indeed unharmed, she heaved a long sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes at Shu Ashung and reprimanded him. "You are really stupid. You always boast about your abilities, but today Lang is in danger, and you are completely useless. If something bad happens to Lang, it would be strange if the 3 Lang Jun did not kill you when we get back." Shu Ashung rolled his eyes at her and did not say anything. Chanwan was angry and scolded him again. "You can't save anyone and do anything. That young man's shoes were destroyed in order to save our Lang. He was just being polite, and you took the money. How can you behave like this? Hurry up and catch up with him and return the money to him." Rinja smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Since that young man doesn't want it, there's no need to force him. I see that although he is wearing casual clothes, he is wearing a pair of official boots. He must be someone from the yamen. I think he can afford the price of a pair of boots." The donkey was still crying like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He cried, my donkey, I rely on you to make a living. If anything happens to such a big wound, how can I live in the future? Woo woo woo. I still have to earn money to marry a wife. Woo woo woo." The donkey cried out in pain. The crying of this little guy was even louder than the donkey. Rinja stroked his beard and stared at him, feeling angry and funny at the same time. He said to Sheng, "Give him the 2 pieces of money and ask him to treat his donkey. He's crying worse than a donkey." Rinja returned to the capital. but it was said that he accidentally sprained his ankle when he entered the city. So he had to rest for 2 days and did not immediately enter the palace to see the empress. The officials in the court did not believe it. They felt that this old fox was plotting something. The wife of the right guard great general Wu Yuji died of illness at a family banquet. Not long after this news spread, there was a rumor that she was poisoned to death because Empress Wu wanted to betroth her daughter, Princess Taiping, to Wu Yuji. No one could verify the authenticity of this news, but it spread like wildfire. Not long after, there was another rumor that Empress Wu had made the decision and arranged for the marriage of Princess Taiping and Wu Yuji. With these 2 pieces of information, the truth of Madame Li's death could no longer be concealed. No one dared to criticize Empress Wu's ruthlessness. No one knew that it was Princess Taiping who knew Wu Yuji had a wife. She was also forced by her mother, who had always been strong. People only cursed Wu Yuji for ruthlessly poisoning his wife in order to marry the princess. They said he was worse than a pig or a dog. The truth was like looking at flowers through fog from the mouth of 3 people. After 10 people, it was completely different. It had always been like this. Today was not the day of the court meeting. Empress Wu sent someone to summon Princess Taiping early in the morning and asked her to come to the palace. Wu Sanxi handled the matter neatly. Wu Yuji's wife had smoothly died of illness. Empress Wu was very satisfied with this. She summoned Princess Taiping to the palace to discuss the marriage. This marriage was undoubtedly a clear political signal. Empress Wu wanted to arrange it before she ascended the throne. This time, Princess Taiping did not do anything extreme. No matter what Empress Wu said, she only agreed. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Empress Wu did not consider her feelings at all. Forcing her to marry had shattered the last hope in Princess Taiping's heart. She had thought that no matter how cold and heartless her mother was to others, she was truly loving towards her. Now she knew that her mother might really love her, but in her mother's heart, interests were always the most important. When it came to interests, even her most beloved daughter could be traded and sacrificed. Of course, Wu Zetian saw her displeasure. But in Wu Zetian's view, it was enough for her daughter to give in. No one could go against her wishes. Even her own daughter could not compromise. This was her principle. At noon, Wu Zetian asked Princess Taiping to have lunch with her. Princess Taiping tastelessly ate the lunch. Then she said goodbye to Empress Wu and left the inner palace. In the past, when Princess Taiping entered the palace, besides seeing her mother, she would always go to Shanghai Wan Er's place to sit and chat. As for her brother, the emperor, she never went there. She was also clear about her mother's taboo. But she was depressed today. She didn't even want to see Shanghai Wan Er. So she went straight out of the palace. When Princess Taiping walked to Hanyuan Hall, a general happened to stride towards her. The general was nearly 50 years old, with some gray hair on his temples. He was not tall, but very thick. His face was slightly red, and his eyebrows and eyes were very regular. As soon as he saw Princess Taiping walking towards him, the general was a little surprised. He stood still, cupped his hands, and bowed slightly, saying, "Your Royal Highness." This general was Wu Yuji's eldest brother, Wu Yuyi. Now he was the general of the Yulin Guard and controlled the imperial army. As a core member of the Wu family, he already knew that Princess Taiping would soon become his sister-in-law. He also knew that his virtuous sister-in-law, Li, died because of this. Wu Yuyi's mentality was very complicated. When the Wu family was exiled to Hainan, Li traveled thousands of miles to marry his brother, who was an exiled criminal and probably would never see the light of day. How could such a woman be worthy of respect? However, when she became an obstacle to the Wu family's integration with the Li family, she was sacrificed by the Wu family without pity. From an emotional point of view, Wu Yuyi felt that it was not worth it for Li family. He was also a little disgusted with Princess Taiping, who caused the Li family's misfortune. But from the rational point of view, he also knew that with Princess Taiping as a link, he could fight for the greatest benefits for the Wu family. Sacrificing a woman was really not a big deal. Princess Taiping glanced at him indifferently. She didn't stop and walk by herself. Wu Yuyi's face showed a helpless wry smile. He gently shook his head and walked away. Princess Taiping walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped. She thought for a moment, and suddenly turned around. She raised her voice and called, "Great General, please wait." Wu Yuyi stopped and turned around in surprise. He slightly bowed and said, "Your Highness?" Princess Taiping leisurely walked back and stood still in front of him. "General Wu," she said, "I have something to ask you." Wu Yi hurriedly said, "I dare not." "Princess, please speak." Princess Taiping said, "I heard that Yang Fan transferred to the 100 Cavalry." Wu Yi slightly frowned. Princess Taiping's question was abrupt. He was the great general of the Yulin Guard. How could he remember the names of so many subordinates? Fortunately, the woman who asked him to transfer Yang Fan to the 100 Cavalry was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it had just happened, so he still had some impression. Wu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Yes, this Yang Fan used to be a big wrestler in the palace, right? I heard that he is very good at koju, and sumo wrestling. Such a person has just been transferred to the 100 Cavalry. I wonder why your Highness asked about him." Princess Taiping lightly said, "There is one thing that I think the general must have heard." Wu Yi said, "Please enlighten me, Princess." Princess Taiping said, "I will get married soon." "The man I will marry," Wu Yi hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Yes, Wu Yi already knows about it." Princess Taiping also smiled and said, "The great general is Taiping's cousin. In the future, he will also be Taiping's uncle." Wu Yi laughed and said, Yes, this is a marriage on top of a family." "Haha, I am happy to see this happen." Princess Taiping said, "When Taiping marries, there will be warriors, maids, and eunuchs as a dowry. I would like to ask the great general to part with his beloved and send this Yang Fan to Taiping as a dowry warrior. What do you think?" Wu Yi was surprised and said, "Yang Fan? Why does the princess want this person to be a dowry?" Princess Taiping nonchalantly said, "It is nothing. It is only because this person is good at koju, and sumo wrestling. The great general must know that I like these things very much. It is rare to find such a wonderful person. Naturally, I want him by my side. When I have nothing to do, he can accompany me to relieve my boredom." At this point, her white and tender cheeks twitched faintly. Chapter 181. Wu Yi did not have any special thoughts on Princess Taiping's request. Princess Taiping was very different from those royal women who did not abide by the rules and had private affairs. She had been married to Xue Xiao for 7 years, and the couple loved each other very much. They had given birth to 4 sons, and there had never been any rumors of her keeping a gigolo or having a secret lover. Moreover, it was well known that she liked to play games like koju and sumo wrestling. Therefore, Wu Yi believed it without a doubt. If this Yang Fan was really transferred by him into the 100 Cavalry, he would naturally push the boat with the current and send him to Taiping. However, there was still Shangwan Daizhao behind Yang Fan, and this person was recommended by Shangwan Daizhao. He still did not know what was the intention of Shanghai Wan and what was the relationship between her and this Yang Fan. So how could he casually agree to Taiping's request? Princess Taiping saw his hesitation, and her pink face could not help but sink. She said unhappily, "What's wrong? It's just a mere imperial bodyguard. Is the great general not willing to let go of him?" Since young, Taiping had always had the temperament of getting whatever she wanted and had never been disobeyed by anyone. The first 2 times she tried to recruit Yang Fan, she was rejected by him. After all, she only wanted to recruit him to work in her mansion. Although she was unhappy, she did not resent him. Later, when the 2 of them fought side by side against Tu Fan and defeated Tu Fan, the unhappiness disappeared like smoke in thin air. But the 3rd time she was rejected, she was naked and begging for a night of pleasure. If it was any other woman, to be rejected by the other party in this situation would be an unbearable humiliation. Moreover, Princess Taiping had always been proud of her beauty and was an exceptionally strong person. At this time, she really hated Yang Fan to the core. If it was not for the fact that, even as a princess, she had no right to force others to leave, she wished she could castrate Yang Fan and make him a servant to serve her for the rest of his life. Only by degrading him and humiliating him would the hatred in her heart be dispelled. Now she had to settle for the next best thing and put forward this request to Wu Yui. As long as she made Yang Fan her personal guard, wouldn't he be at her mercy? Unfortunately, she thought that Wu Yui had heard of Yang Fan's heroic performance on the boxing field, so she made an exception to promote him. She did not know that there was more to it than meets the eye. The woman standing behind Yang Fan seemed to be harmless and gentle, but the power of that woman right now was even greater than her royal highness. When a princess got married, she would have warriors, maids, and eunuchs as her dowries. A princess who was not favored might only have a few dozen warriors, palace maids, and a dozen or so eunuchs as her dowry. A princess who was favored might have thousands of warriors, palace maids, and eunuchs as her dowry. However, this kind of thing had always been arranged by the Chamberlain department, and there had never been a reason for a princess to ask someone to be her dowry. Wu Yui did not want to offend Princess Taiping, but she also did not want to offend Shanghai Wanner. His aunt, the Empress of Heaven, was a person who did not recognize her own family. Although Shanghai Wanner's surname was neither Wu nor Li, her position in front of the Empress was higher than his, her closest relative. If he offended the people around the Empress, it would not benefit him at all. This, Wu Yi laughed and said, after all, Yang Fan has already entered the 100 Cavalry. If we rashly transfer him here and there, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. How about this? I will go back and arrange it first. Whether it is successful or not, I will definitely report it to Her Royal Highness. How about it? It was impossible for Princess Taiping to mention such a matter to Empress Wu. If this marriage was harmonious, it would be normal for her to act like a spoiled child and ask for a few people from her mother. But now the relationship between her and her mother was like an invisible iceberg. If she actually asked for a certain person from Empress Wu, with Empress Wu's alertness and female sensitivity, she would definitely notice something. With Empress Wu's character, once she noticed something, even if it was just a suspicion, the most likely thing Empress Wu would do was to immediately make Yang Fan disappear from the world. Moreover, it would be to make him disappear in a puff of smoke. Even his bones would not be left for Taiping. People would always die, but if he did not die in her hands, how could she dispel the hatred in her heart? Seeing that Wu Yi's tone was a little relaxed, Princess Taiping nodded and said, well, in that case, I will wait for the good news from General. Goodbye. Princess Taiping turned and left. Wu Yi thought for a moment and went straight to Wuqing Hall to see Shanghai Wan. He had to first probe Shanghai Wan-er's opinion before he could make a decision. When Wu Yi arrived at Wuqing Hall, he did not see Shanghai Wan-er. There was no court meeting today, and Shanghai Wan did not have much official business. After dealing with some government affairs, Shanghai Wan went to the history library. Wu Yi rushed to the history library and asked the people there. They said that Shangwan Du Zhao was in her study room. Shanghai Wan-er's study room in the history library was the place she led Yang Fan to last time. Suddenly, there was a few knocks on the door, and a man's clear voice said, Shangwan Du Zhao, Wu Yi requests to see you. Shanghai was sat there thinking about her lover. She thought about the love and sweetness she had with her Lang Jun these days. This woman who had just entered the river of love wanted to write a love poem to express her feelings. She had just finished and was about to write when she heard Wu Yi's voice. She could not help but put down the pen in annoyance and stood up, saying, General Wu, please come in. The descendants of the Wu family were not all arrogant and despotic like Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi. They were not all lecherous like Wu Huing. After all, they were from the Guanlong family. Most of the Wu family's descendants were well-mannered and well-mannered. When Wu Yi entered, he opened the door wide and did not close it. A man and a woman alone in the room. There was no one else. He could not avoid suspicion. Wu Yi quickly walked to Shanghai Wan-er, bowed, and said with a smile, Shangwan Du Zhao? Shanghai Wan-er calmed her mind and turned sideways to avoid the bow. She nodded slightly and said, General, please sit. The two of them sat on their knees in the outer guest hall, separated by a screen. Shanghai Wan-er said, Why did General come here? Is there something important? Wu Yi said, Oh, It is nothing important. Just a private matter that I want to ask Shanghuan Duzhao. Shanghai Wan was puzzled and asked, "What matter does General want to talk about?" Wu Yi covered her mouth and coughed lightly, said, It is about the Yang fan that Shanghuan Duzhao mentioned to me last time." Shanghai Wan expression tensed and quickly asked, "Yang fan? What about him?" Wu Yi saw her expression and thought, "It seems that Shanghuan Duzhao cares a lot about this Yang fan. But his surname is not Shanghuan, nor is his surname Zheng. He should not be a relative of Shanghuan Duzhao's father or mother. Could it be that he is a relative of Shanghuan Duzhao's side branch?" Wu Yi thought for a while, then said, "It's like this. Shanghuan Daizhao had told me before that he wanted to transfer Yang Fan into the 100 Cavalry. Shanghuan Daizhao ordered me to do so. How could I dare to disobey?" Shanghai said, I do not dare. General is too polite. Shanghuan Duzhao only asked Great General to do this." As she said this, she stared at Wu Yi without blinking, knowing that there must be some changes. Wu Yi cleared his throat and said, "It is like this. In a few days, Princess Taiping is going to marry my third brother Yuji. Shanghuan Duzhao must have heard about this." Shanghai Wan gently nodded and said, "Yes, I have also heard about this." Speaking to this point, she remembered Madame Li, who suddenly died of illness. Shanghai Wan could not help but secretly sigh. Wu Yi said, "Just now, I happened to meet Taiping in front of Hanyuan Hall. Taiping mentioned to me that she wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry. I want to ask Shanghuan Duzhao's opinion." Shanghai was startled and asked, "Princess Taiping wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry? Why?" Wu Yi said, "Princess Taiping likes to play Kuju, and Yang Fan is an expert in this, so she wants to get him. If it was an ordinary imperial bodyguard, I would naturally give him to her. But this Yang Fan is under Shanghuan Duzhao's care, so, I want to ask Shanghuan Duzhao's opinion." Shanghai Wan blurted out, "You can't." As soon as these words left her mouth, Shanghai Wan knew that she had acted too hastily. She slightly lowered her head and brushed the hair on her temples. She muttered, Shanghai anxiously thought about it. If she wanted to protect Yang Fan, she only needed to say one word, and Wu Yi would have to give her face. But this would inevitably cause others to suspect her relationship with Yang Fan, and their relationship could not be exposed right now. One did not want to harm her little Lang Jun. Her eyes slightly turned, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She gently raised her head and lightly said, "Yang Fan must stay in the 100 Cavalry. If Great General sends him out as part of the princess dowry, I am afraid the Empress will not be happy." Wu Yi was startled. He quickly raised his head and saw that the corner of Shanghai Wan mouth seemed to have a mysterious smile. Wu Yi was alarmed. He suddenly thought of a possibility, the most likely possibility. Could it be that this Yang Fan is ants? Thinking of this, Wu Yi broke out in a cold sweat. He could not help but secretly rejoice that he did not agree to Princess Taiping's request. He quickly said, I understand. Many thanks for Shanghuan Duzhao's advice. Shanghuan Duzhao's advice. I will remember it in my heart. I will report to you later. I know what to do. I will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Goodbye." Wu Yi quickly took his leave. Shanghai sent him to the door of the hall. Seeing him hurriedly leave, she gently closed the door. The smile on her lips disappeared. She frowned and thought carefully. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. Why did Princess Taiping want Yang Fan as part of the dowry? Wu Yuji's reason seemed reasonable, but others did not know Princess Taiping's attitude towards marrying Wu Yuji. She clearly knew. At this time, did Princess Taiping still have the leisure to do this? Shanghai suddenly thought of Princess Taiping's appreciation for Yang Fan and her repeated solicitation of Yang Fan. She suddenly thought, could it be that Princess Taiping also likes Erling? A woman's intuition made Shanghai immediately think of the problem. What she was not sure about was, what was Yang Fan's mind? Thinking of Princess Taiping's beautiful face and enchanting figure, who was too young to even kiss, had no confidence that she could keep her Longjun's heart. What if Princess Taiping had some feelings for her Lang Jun? Could he resist the temptation? What if her Lang Jun changed his mind? The more Shanghai Warner thought about it, the more flustered she became. She did not want to wait a moment and walked out. If she did not personally ask Yang Fan and get his answer, she would not feel at ease. Chapter 182. At this time, Yang Fan had arrived at the Yulin Guard's 100 horsemen to officially carry out the handover. He had already received the transfer order from the Ministry of War. The Yulin Guard, as the Imperial Army of Yuan Tsong, had a permanent armed force at Black Tortoise Gate, which was the 100 horsemen. The so-called 100 horsemen was the most trusted armed force of the emperor. In fact, a few years later, the Imperial Army of Yuan Tsong developed the 1,000 horsemen and 10,000 horsemen. Their nature was more or less the same, just to prove that they were closer to the emperor. The 100 horsemen was obviously one of the core forces. Their position among the Imperial Guards was second only to the inner guards. The military discipline here was strict. Although Yang Fan had passed the inspection of the outer palace, he was still subjected to a strict interrogation when he entered the Black Tortoise Gate Tower to meet the brigade commander of the 100 horsemen. After Yang Fan's transfer order was verified, the soldier guarding the gate glanced at him and shook his head. "Follow me." Yang Fan followed him and walked up the wide stone steps. Before they reached the tower, two burly men came up from behind. When they saw the soldier leading Yang Fan, one of them asked, "Zhang Shitong, what is this man doing?" The soldier leading Yang Fan laughed. "Captain Huang, Captain Chung, this man was transferred from Bighorn. He will soon be one of our 100 horsemen." Oh, the two men had already passed them, but when they heard this, they stopped in their tracks. Captain Huang, who asked the question just now, turned around and looked at Yang Fan condescendingly. He said scornfully, "Bighorn? What kind of person can this bunch of trumpeters and gongs have to be in our 100 horsemen? If this goes on, what will our 100 horsemen become? Juggling." Yang Fan glanced at this person. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump, but he didn't look bloated at all. His face was ordinary, and he had a slightly disdainful expression. However, he had an air of superiority about him. The person next to him was slightly taller than him. His face was clear and resolute, not as crude as him, but rather somewhat refined. The Yuansong Imperial Army was an armed force under the emperor's personal command since the founding of the Tang dynasty. However, up until now, this army had been passed down through several generations. In order to maintain their combat effectiveness and make them the most elite force in the Imperial Army, in addition to the best equipment and strict training, every time a war broke out in the Tang dynasty, they would take turns to transfer soldiers from the Imperial Army to experience the bloody battles on the battlefield. As the elites of the elites, every member of the 100 steeds had been on the battlefield and killed before. Naturally, there was a kind of prestige in their eyes. However, Yang Fan's expression was unusually calm under his intense gaze. Yang Fan had also been on the battlefield and killed before. When he was on the battlefield, he was probably much younger than this Captain Huang, so there was no need to fear his aura. Facing Captain Huang's intense gaze, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Never ask where a hero comes from. Why can't there be real men into Jiao's army? Captain Huang, who judging a book by its cover, aren't you?" "Yo." Captain Huang glared at Yang Fan and said, "You're getting cocky now, kid. Looks like you have some background. Let me tell you first, no matter how great your family's background is, in the Imperial Army, you could be taken care of and get some benefits. But in the 100 cavalry, don't even think about it. Here, you have to rely on your own abilities to make a living." Yang Fan said neither haughtily nor humbly, "The reason I came here is to rely on my own abilities to make a living." "Captain Huang, what you said is exactly what I wanted. If there's a chance to make a name for yourself in the future, I hope Captain Huang will not forget about me. I believe I won't let you down." Things were different now. Yang Fan was determined to make a name for himself so that he could marry his beautiful wife. Therefore, he was serious about his career in the army. In the army, it was not appropriate to talk back to one's superior, but it was even worse to be a docile sheep. This was Captain Huang's provocation, and he could not back down. Captain Huang was so angry that he laughed and nodded his head. "Good. Well done. You're tough enough with your words. but I hope your bones are tough enough too. As long as there's such a chance, I will definitely not forget about you. Yang Fan smiled. In that case, I'll thank Captain Huang in advance. Captain Huang snorted and turned to leave. Captain Chung, who had been looking at Yang Fan with a smile, saw Captain Huang leaving in quick strides and quickly caught up with him. This kid looks familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the Yang Fan who was in the limelight at the archery field. Oh, Yang Fan? I've heard of the name Yang Fan before. Why did the brigade marshal bring him here? We're 100 cavalry. Don't tell me we need to practice archery and participate in some competitions in the future. I'll go ask the brigade marshal. The two of them had already walked away from the side of the city wall. Captain Huang turned around and ran up the city wall. Inside the city wall, the brigade marshal Su Liang was looking at Yang Fan's transfer order. Yang Fan and the soldier named Zhang Shitong were standing opposite Su Liang. Captain Huang and Captain Chung suddenly walked in side by side. Su Liang glanced at the two people who had just walked in and continued to read the transfer order. He said, "Well, since it's Captain Huang," said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, I have something to say." Su Liang said, "What do you want to say?" Captain Huang said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, is this person called Yang Fan?" Su Liang nodded his head. "Yes, you know him?" Captain Huang said, "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Didn't he just make a name for himself in the archery field?" "Brigade Marshal, what is our 100 cavalry? Are we going to specialize in archery in the future just to win a smile from the nobles?" Su Yang furrowed his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about? This transfer order was approved by the Ministry of War and approved by Great General Wu. Is there any room for you, Huang Xuchong, to talk too much?" Huang Xuchong stiffened his neck. "I'm not convinced. Our brothers in 100 cavalry are all heroes who can fight against 100 men. As long as 100 cavalry is mentioned in the Imperial Army, who wouldn't be in awe? We've risked our lives on the battlefield to earn our reputation. We can't let it be ruined just like that." Su Liang wanted to say something, but suddenly put down his hands and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and dared not breathe too loudly. Captain Ching noticed something was wrong and turned around. He quickly followed Su Liang and stood at attention. At the same time, he tugged at Huang Xuchang's collar. At the door, a slow and unhurried voice sounded. "Only those who have been on the battlefield and killed people can be called heroes? According to what you've said, this general has never been on the battlefield and killed enemies. You should be the great general instead." Great General Wu Yi of the Yulin Guard slowly strolled in with his hands behind his back. Although Huang Xuchong was just a small squad leader and was worlds apart from Wu Yi's position as the great general of the Yulin Guard, 100 cavalry was the core armed force of the Yulin Guard after all. Therefore, Wu Yi knew all the people inside, especially those who held certain official positions. Wu Yi glanced at him and said, "Yang Fan ranked second in the upper prime competition in wrestling. Is there a need to compare his martial arts skills? How can he be worse than you, Huang Xuchong?" In the archery competition, Yang Fan, Princess Taiping, Great General Chiu, Great General Luo, and the others fought 5 against 10 and defeated the Tubo army. How can his horsemanship and combat skills be worse than yours? Huang Xuchong mumbled unhappily. Wu Yi glared at him and said, "What did you say?" Huang Xuchong raised his head and said loudly, "This lowly officer said that in killing enemies on the battlefield, cavalry and archery are number 1. This lowly officer doesn't believe it. His archery skills are equally brilliant. In archery, he's definitely inferior to me." Wu Yi was furious and was about to berate him when Yang Fan smiled and said, "In archery, this lowly one is definitely inferior to you, Captain Huang. However, all abilities are gained through training. Since Yang Fan has entered the 100 cavalry, he will not bring shame to this name." Huang Xuchong hadn't said anything when Wu Yi smiled wholeheartedly and said, "Good. You have great ambitions. This general likes young people like you. All of you withdraw. This general has something to tell your brigade commander." Yes. Everyone crossed their arms in salute and withdrew from the gate tower. Su Yang said, "Great General, please take a seat. I don't know what the great general has to instruct this lowly officer." Wu Yuyi pulled him to the side and said solemnly, Su Liang, I have an important task for you. Su Liang's face tightened, and he replied seriously, Great General, please instruct me. Wu Yuyi said, This young fan, you have to keep a close eye on him. Su Liang was startled and asked, What's wrong with him? Wu Yuyi said angrily, What problem? I'm saying you have to watch him carefully, watch him like an eyeball. Don't let anything happen to him. Wu Yuyi was shocked. What was this young fan's background? Why did the great general run over to give such an order? He said in a daze, This lowly officer still doesn't understand. Is the great general saying that training, errands, and such should not be given to him? Wu Yi shook her head and said in a low voice, This is also not appropriate. He doesn't need to join Hunter Cavalry. Since he wants to come, he must like to do things in the army. He's a young man, hot-blooded and vigorous. If you don't let him do things, I'm afraid he won't like it. You must arrange for him to do more things. Then Wu Yi glared at him and said, Idiot, do you still need me to teach you this? Send more people to follow him and make him happy. Won't it be fine as long as you protect him? Yes. Su Yang's heart began to tremble. What was this person's background? Why did even the great general treat him like to have such a person under him? It was really too twisted. Yang Fan and his men retreated from the tower. Huang Xuchang looked angrily at Yang Fan and walked away. Yang Fan chased after him and called out, Captain Huang. Huang Xuchang turned his head and said fiercely, What is it? Yang Fan slowly said, The glory of the Bao field. This lowly officer has long forgotten it. I hope that Captain Huang can also forget it. This lowly officer is a commoner, not from a rich family. In the palace and the army, I also have no backing. Captain Huang, please don't be prejudiced against this lowly officer. Whether this Yang is a good soldier or not, we'll see in the future. These words were powerful and resonant, and the tone was extremely sincere. Huang Xuchang could not help but be moved when he heard it. He looked at Yang Fan, and his expression softened a little. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud shout. Brother Yang, you've really been transferred to our Yulin Guard. When Little Wei and I heard about it, we hurried over to take a look. We're a family in the future. Yang Fan turned his head to look. One of them was the son-in-law of the right Yulin Guard, Li Duozhua, the left Yulin Guard's Lieutenant General Yi Huli. The other was the left Yulin Guard's Brigade Commander Wei Yong. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng quickly cupped their fists and said, This lowly officer greets Lieutenant General and Brigade Commander Wei. Yulin laughed heartily and rushed over to give Yang Fan a bear hug. Wei Yong, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand at them. Yulin and Wei Yong chatted intimately with Yang Fan for a while. They called each other brothers and kept asking him to treat them to a drink to celebrate. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng, who had just heard Yang Fan say that he did not have any backing in the palace and the army, could not help but look at each other speechlessly. At this moment, there was a clear cough from the staircase. Another elegant woman's voice suddenly sounded. Guard Yang, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Yulin and the rest turned their heads to look. It was actually Shangwan Wan with a slender waist and fluttering white clothes. They hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Shangwan Wan. This time, even Yang Fan was speechless. Chapter 183. At the top of the wall, Wan Er's robe fluttered in the wind. Yang Fan turned around to look at the people on the other side and asked in a low voice, Wan Er, why are you here? On the other side of the city wall, Huli stretched out his big, bear-like palm and patted Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng's shoulders one after another. Huang Xuchang, Cheng Yichuan, you two old farts, listen up. Yang Fan is my little brother. From now on, he's a member of 100 Cavalry. You two must take good care of him, he exclaimed. Shangwan Wan was a little bashful. She had come on a whim, but when she saw Yang Fan, she found it difficult to speak. Yang Fan saw her expression and couldn't help but feel nervous. He asked, Did something happen? Shangwan Wan hurriedly shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to say, Whatever, I'm going back. Yang Fan was getting impatient. What is it? Stop stuttering, tell me. Shangwan Wan was annoyed by his questions. She lowered her head and stammered, You and Princess Taiping, what? Oh, I mean, have you ever fallen in love with another woman? Of course not. Shanghai Wan Air suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining. Really? Really? Then, what if she's prettier than me? I have to like her because she's prettier? What kind of logic is that? Then, what if her family background is better than me? What does that have to do with me? If Yang Fan wants to be successful, he has to rely on his own abilities. If I was someone who would do anything for power, I would have agreed to your suggestion. But, what if she's prettier than me, more noble, and can stay with you for a long time? It's hard for me to spend more time with you. I'm scared. Silly girl, you're imagining things again. That's impossible. You swear? I swear. If I fall in love with another woman. All right, don't swear anymore. Shangwan Wanner smiled sweetly and said, I believe you. Yang Fan was confused. You came all the way here just to ask about this? Shangwan Wanna blushed and said shyly, and Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? Why did you suddenly think of asking this question? Shangwan Wanner stammered, I. At this time, Wu Yi heard the news and walked out of the building. Seeing that Shangwan Daizhao had personally come, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. Luckily, I was observant and went to ask her first. Shangwan Daizhao was worried and wanted to personally come. It seems that this Yang Fan must be Aunt's new favorite. Wu Yi quickly came up and said, Oh, Shangwan Daizhao, why are you here? Wu Yi walked closer and laughed. She stroked her beard and said, Daizhao can rest assured. I have just told Su Liang to take care of Yang Fan. Yang Fan was speechless again. Huang Xuchang and Cheng Yuchuan, who were far away, rolled their eyes. Princess Taiping's mansion. Princess Taiping received Wu Yi's polite and tactful reply. She firmly refused to include Yang Fan as a dowry warrior. She suddenly clenched the letter in her hand, and her face turned pale. Shui Chongshuan ran into the reception hall. When he saw his mother, he grinned and said, Mother, give me a hug. The old maid who came and saw that the princess's expression was not good. She quickly caught up with Shui Chongshuan and coaxed him, Little Langjun, let's go fishing. Big goldfish, very beautiful. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want Mother to hug me. Shui Chongshuan opened his mouth and cried. The old maid hurriedly ran out. Hearing her son's cry, Princess Taiping became even more irritated. She slammed the hand that was holding the reply letter on the table. When the servants in the room saw that the princess was angry, they all kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to breathe loudly. Princess Taiping was panting with anger, and it took her a long time to calm herself down. Suspicion arose in her heart. Wu Weiliang's 3 sons, Wu Yi, Wu Yoshu, and Wu Yuji, each is more cowardly than the other. They're all cautious and do not like to offend people. I only asked him for a military officer as a dowry. How could he not agree? Princess Taiping slowly frowned. She got up and paced for a while. She slowly stood up and thought, someone must be making things difficult for Wu Yi. That's why Wu Yi did not dare to give me this favor. But who is the other party? Who can make Wu Yi care so much that he did not hesitate to offend me? Princess Taiping pondered for a long time and ordered, Call the 2 chief stewards here. The serving maids at the side quickly retreated. Not long after, a middle-aged man and a woman hurried over. The male steward was not tall. He had a round face and was slightly plump. His skin was fair, and he did not have a beard. He had a naturally happy face and smiled amiably. However, there was a sense of slipperiness in his expression. The middle-aged woman was not young anymore. She had put on weight. However, she was meticulous in her dressing. Her mannerisms and manners had a kind of bearing. These 2 people were the 2 chief stewards of Princess Taiping's residence. They were the eunuchs and maids of Princess Taiping's dowry. Over the years, they had become Princess Taiping's left and right hands. There was usually only one chief steward. However, Princess Taiping's residence was very big. Therefore, the internal and external affairs were divided into 2 parts. The middle-aged man was called Li Yi. He was the external steward of Princess Taiping's residence. The middle-aged woman was called Zhou Min. The 2 of them went to the reception hall to see Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping said, Ben Gong knows that you have dealings with most of the wealthy family stewards. How are the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence? Li did not know why Princess Taiping asked this question. She could only answer carefully. This servant thinks that being kind to others and making more friends will only benefit our residents. Therefore, I usually get along well with the stewards of the wealthy family's residences. I have dealings with the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence. Princess Taiping smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Go and investigate who are the people who have close dealings with Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence." Li Yi hurriedly said, "Yes." Princess Taiping then said to Zhou Min, "The day after tomorrow, it will be time for shopping in the palace. Wei Tuan will definitely leave the palace. Prepare a generous gift. After she leaves the palace, think of a way to give her a gift and make friends. There are some things that Ben Gong needs to find out from her." Zhou Min understood tacitly and quickly agreed. Princess Taiping said, "All right, go and prepare this matter. Don't be stingy. Tuan is in charge of the palace's shopping. She has a big appetite and will not care about ordinary gifts." Zhou Min agreed again and retreated. Princess Taiping then said to Li Yi, "Has Di Laohu returned to the capital?" Di Laohu was Di Renjia. There was a custom of giving nicknames in the officialdom of the Tang dynasty. Even the current prime ministers were given nicknames. Officials with equal or slightly lower positions would even call them by their nicknames in front of their faces. Di Renjia had two nicknames in the officialdom. Those who were his political enemies called him an unscrupulous old thief, and those who had a good relationship with him called him an old fox. Those who could become the stewards of such a wealthy family were very well informed. If they only cared about the trivial matters of the residence, it was impossible for them to become the chief steward. Li knew more about the affairs of the imperial court. When she heard this, she hurriedly said, "Yes, Master Di has returned to the capital." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Send an invitation for Ben Gong to invite Di Laohu to a banquet. Invite Wei Fangji, Wei Xiqian, and Wang Fanqing to come together." The few people that Princess Taiping had mentioned were the prime ministers of the current dynasty. Currently, Di Renjia was only an assistant minister, and his rank was slightly lower than these few people. But Princess Taiping had invited him as the main guest, and the few prime ministers to accompany her. Admittedly, this was because of her great reputation, but her political acumen could also be seen from this. At the critical moment when Empress Wu was about to become the empress, she suddenly transferred Di Renjia back to the capital. From these actions, Princess Taiping had accurately judged that Di Renjia would be the prime minister in the new imperial court of Emperor Wu, and it was very likely that he would surpass the prime minister and be ranked above these prime ministers. She suddenly went to propose a marriage for her. She must have been entrusted by someone. Although Wu Qingxi was not a mediocre person, he did not have the foresight to unite with the Li royal family by marriage and thus destroy the resistance of the Li family. Someone must have planned it for him. Although Princess Taiping had to accept her mother's arrangement, she was a vengeful person. She could not swallow this anger no matter what. She must find out who was playing tricks behind the scenes and make him pay the price. She made friends with Tuan because she was the person by Empress Wu's side. Of course, if she wanted to inquire about the news in the palace and wanted to know who was protecting Yang Fan, she could ask her close friend Wan. That way, she would not have to go through so much trouble. But some friends were friends of gentlemen. They were as indifferent as water. Taiping and Wan had been friends for many years. She knew Wan nature and character very well. Wan looked gentle and polite. She treated people like a spring breeze and was the most considerate. But she had a sense of propriety when it came to the scale of things. Moreover, she was cautious and meticulous. So during these years when she was by her mother's side, no matter how the situation in the court changed, she could always deal with it calmly. For such a person, if she rashly asked her about the news of Yang Fan, she would be able to figure out her thoughts, and she would look down on her. And if Yang Fan's backer was really from the palace, Wan might not reveal it to her. But Tuan was different. A person who was greedy for benefits was easier to deal with. As for inviting Drunken and the other prime ministers to the banquet, it was the first step of Princess Taiping's intervention in the court. Power. She felt more and more that power was so important. She was controlled by Empress Wu and frustrated by Yang Fan. Today, she was rejected by Wu Yui, which made her desire for power more and more. Chapter 184. Drunken's residence was at Shangshan Square, located at the edge of Luoyang's South City. It was very far from the palace in Luoyang's North City. Once he went to court, he would have to wake up early and cross the entire Luoyang city. It was said that old D chose this place to build his residence for 3 reasons. Firstly, the South City was beautiful and the environment was quiet. Secondly, it was next to the river E. Looking into the distance and surrounded by jade belts, one's mind would be broadened. Thirdly, Shangshan Square was a good name. As an official, he should be a virtuous official. This was his lifelong ambition as an official. The environment was indeed quiet and secluded. Before nightfall, no one could be seen in Shangshan Lane. There were large patches of wild grass and woods around it. For safety's sake, not to mention young ladies and young wives, even those who sold vegetables and ran small businesses here had to close their stalls early. It was also true that the E River was surrounded by jade belts. However, when it rained heavily, the E River would rise to the shore and the D family would be able to catch fish in the courtyard. Those who were familiar with Luoyang's layout could see through it. The houses here are cheap. The houses here were really cheap. In the North City, the money spent to buy a 3-mu house could buy a 10-mu house here. Drunken's residence was about 6 to 7 mu. Although it was only a courtyard with 3 entrances, each courtyard was especially spacious. Shen Mu was sitting leisurely in the guest hall at the side of the courtyard. Drunken was dressed in yin residence attire. His robe was tucked into his belt, and his sleeves were rolled up. His hair was loosely tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. He limped in and clapped his hands as if they were stained with mud. Shen Mu smiled and stood up. Looking at his posture, he could not help but cup his hands and smile. Master D, you have just returned to the residence, and you are already busy cleaning up the vegetable garden? Drunken glared at him. Nonsense. I am busy teaching that unfilial son a lesson. What are you doing here? Shen Mu smiled. Master D has returned to court. I should pay my respects. Drunken snorted. You still say that I've been hunting wild geese all day, but ended up being pecked in the eye by the geese. I actually fell into your trap and was tricked to return to court. What are you up to this time? Shen Mu smiled and said, Actually, Master D should be clear about Shen Mu's motive. Shen Mu only wanted to protect his family, and to protect his family, the country must not fall into chaos. People in chaos were no better than dogs. Therefore, no matter what Shen Mu's motive is, the final result will be the same as Master D's. Master D, do you think I'm right? Drunken glared at him, and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. He snorted and said, You little fox. Shen Mu laughed and said, Shen Mu has heard that Master D is known as an old fox in the imperial court. In that case, Shen Mu can be considered as Master D's successor. Drunken said, I have an unfilial son who is about to die from anger. If I have a successor like you, how can I live? Shen Mu laughed and said, Please take a seat, Duke D. I'll leave immediately after I finish my discussion with Duke D. I won't delay Duke D from teaching your son. Drunken snorted and sat down on the table. He said, If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Shen Mu lingered in the D residence for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn before he took his leave. Shen Mu leisurely left the D residence and exited through the corner door. There was an oil-purifying cart parked at the entrance. Shen Mu boarded the cart. His wife, Yang Shui Rao, was lazily taking a nap on the couch. Shen Mu did not want to wake her up. He instructed the cart driver, and the ox cart slowly left Shangshan Square. The ox cart went all the way and entered Shangshan Square, which was adjacent to Nan City. It stopped in front of a small shop that sold groceries. On the surface, this small shop sold groceries, but there were always many people going in and out of the shop. Shen Mu did not alight from the cart. After a while, a slightly plump man of about 36 or 37 years old, came out of the shop and boarded the ox cart. This man looked mediocre and had a kind expression. He was Zhao Yu, the informant whom Yang Fan had asked to find out the whereabouts of Miaoshenka. Zhao Yu saw Shen Mu and said with joy and excitement, "Third uncle, you're finally here." It was hard to tell that Shen Mu was more than 10 years younger than him, but his seniority was actually one generation higher. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he turned and saw Yang Shuarao sitting beside Shen Mu. He could not help but be startled and asked curiously, "Isn't this the one who sells wine at Chong and Xingping Square?" Shen Mu interrupted with a smile. "Now, she's your third aunt." Oh. Zhao Yu reacted and hurriedly bowed to Yang Shuarao. He said with a smile, "Little nephew greets third aunt." Yang Shuarao saw an acquaintance of Chong and was much older than her. Being greeted by him like that, even though she had a fiery temperament, she could not help but blush shyly. Shen Mu said, All right. First, tell me about your situation in Luoyang for the past 2 years. If there is anything special, I still have something for you to do later." Zhao Yu stopped smiling and sat down at the side. He began explaining to Shen Mu in a serious manner. Other than telling him about his development in Luoyang over the past 2 years, he also told Shen Mu about some of the more special things he had heard during his time as a spy. Towards the end, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "That's right, there is one more thing." Someone spared no effort to find out about divine guest meow. According to third uncle's instructions, I am very concerned about such special people. Therefore, I specially investigated his identity. In the end, I accidentally discovered that young Master Zhang's lady Anu was also paying attention to him. Shen Mu asked curiously, "Oh, who is this person?" Zhao Yu said, "If I didn't investigate, I really would not know. Now that I have investigated, I realize that this person's experience is really interesting." Zhao Yu told Shen Mu in detail about Yang Fan's journey from a workshop worker to the White Horse Temple's first seat, from him being in the limelight in the upper prime competition to becoming an Imperial Guard. After Shen Mu finished listening, he rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Yang Shuarao cast a glance at Shen Mu and chuckled. This little husband story is truly more exciting and impressive than the fact that you, a descendant of the side branch, suppressed the eldest son of the direct lineage and took control of the hidden sect. Shen Mu said thoughtfully, "This Yang Fan is very interesting. You have to pay more attention to him. If there is a chance, I would like to get to know him." Zhao Yu quickly responded, "Yes, I will specially arrange for a few people to pay attention to this person's movements. If there is any news, I will report it to third uncle immediately." Shen Mu nodded. The two of them discussed for a while more before Zhao Yu bade farewell and alighted from the carriage. The ox carriage continued to move forward. Sitting in the carriage, Shen Mu thought to himself, no wonder young Master Jiang, who has always been arrogant, would pay attention to him. This person's experience is really extraordinary. He is the disciple of Xue Huai and fought side by side with Taiping to defeat Tufan. He has a good relationship with many generals in the Imperial Army. As Shen Mu thought about it, his eyes gradually lit up. He thought to himself, if I nurture him properly with the connections he has, will I still have to worry about not being able to ascend to the position? This person is worth supporting. Once I help him ascend to the position, I will definitely repay him generously in the future. Yang Fan. Shen Mu muttered to himself as an idea formed in his mind. Yang Shuarao teased, "Since when did you have an interest in men? Look at how you can't forget about him." Shen Mu regained his senses and laughed. With a serious expression, he said, "You actually found out. I suddenly realized that men are still the cutest. Haha, it seems that my bewitching beauty will soon become my old love." Yang Shuarao pretended to be dazed and turned her head away. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, saying, "This servant has met an unkind person. Let me cry for a while." Shen Mu blinked and asked, "Why aren't you crying?" Yang Shuarao turned her head back and made a face at him, saying, "Because I suddenly thought it through." Shen Mu asked, "Thought through what?" Yang Shuarao said, "I am thinking if I snatch away your new love, The one who should cry seems to be you and not me. She lazily stretched her waist, revealing the graceful curves of her chest, abdomen, waist, and buttocks. She glanced at Shun Mu and coquettishly said, "Do you think I have the ability to seduce him?" While Yang Shirao and her husband were flirting, there was a beautiful lady who was racking her brains to think of ways to train her ability to seduce men. Warner held a small bundle in her hand and hesitated as she stood in the history hall study. She first hid the bundle in the large urn that held calligraphy scrolls and paintings. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she took it out and stuffed it under her pillow. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she opened the dressing table and put it in the jewelry box. After thinking for a while, she took it out again and held it in her hands. She looked around but did not know where to put it. Warner thought for a while and finally lifted the bedding and put it under the bedding. She rearranged the bed and saw that there were no abnormalities. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Warner returned to the outer study and sat by the window. She picked up a book and began to read it seriously. The title of the book was Union of Yin and Yang. There were many books in the palace. Shanghai Warner was in charge of literature and history. She could read all kinds of unique, rare books in the palace. It could be said that she had read a lot of books and learned a lot of things. However, she did not read ancient books that she was not interested in or that she thought were useless. However, books that she once thought were useless were not necessarily useless. At this moment, there was a pile of books on Wan Er's desk. They were all specially selected by her from the palace's library. There were Union of Yin and Yang, World's Best Talk, about Puzi, Xiannu Jing, Rong Cheng Jing, Pengzhu Jing, Enter the Internal Classic, Nei Bao Jing, and so on. These were all books about the harmony between men and women in the bedroom. Poor Wan it was cramming knowledge about sex. 24 years old was considered a very old woman in the Tang dynasty. She did not know when Yang Fan would be able to rise to a position that was worthy of her. Shanghai Wan had a feeling that said, "How long will life be when we drink and sing? Like the morning dew, the days that go by are bitter." Especially when she was intimate with Yang Fan several times, her Langjun always stopped at the edge of the cliff, which made her feel very guilty. The fact that Princess Taiping wanted Yang Fan made her feel a sense of crisis. Although Yang Fan promised that he did not have an affair with Princess Taiping, and Wan also believed her Longjun's words, she still felt uneasy. She felt that since she had already given her heart to Yang Fan, it was natural for her to give her body to her Langjun. Once they became husband and wife, she would not be afraid of any trouble. However, she was afraid that her Langjun would not be satisfied with her if she knew nothing about sex, so she crammed knowledge about it. Wherever there is a combination of yin and yang, the handshake, the earthen coffin, the yang, the shield, the village, the side of the night, the stove, the village, the shield, the quang, the zhou huan, the K basin, the Li Jin, the Ling Bo Hai, the Changshan, the Xianmin, the Yu Jiao, the spirit, the long vision, the heaven and earth. Jiao Jin is the Jiao meridian in the Xianmin. It cannot be touched so that the body is happy. What does it mean? What does it mean? Wan was reading the book very seriously. She was very distressed. Chapter 185. The words on the book were too simple and simple. Furthermore, there were a lot of Taoist terms. Even those who were familiar with sexual matters would not be able to understand if they did not know the meaning of Taoist terms. For a woman who had no knowledge in this area, no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to figure out what the meaning of the words represented. At this moment, Wan was like Mei Chaofeng, who had the 9E manual. She clearly had the world's #1 martial art book in her hands, but she just couldn't understand what 5 hearts facing heaven and what virgin baby meant. Shanghai Wan could not be blamed. Not only did she not understand, but many men also knew nothing about this kind of thing. When Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin married his sister, Princess Danyang, to General Shui Wanche, they only slept in the same bed for a few months. Li Shimin saw that his sister was unhappy all day, so he repeatedly asked her to find out the reason. Li Shimin could not help but feel angry and amused, so he found his brother-in-law and told him about the relationship between husband and wife. Old Shui, however, boasted to him, "I am very good with the princess. We have never quarreled. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry." Li Shimin was speechless, so he could only use the metaphor of sex between a fish and water. Old Shui still did not understand. Helpless, the emperor could only drag his brother-in-law to the stables to watch the two horses having sex. Was it direct enough this time? In the end, old Shui still did not understand. Li Shimin had no choice but to call all the son-in-law and hold a family banquet. At the family banquet, the Emperor of Tang led a group of Fuma's grandsons and explained in detail while drinking. Finally, Shui Wanche, the stupid donkey, finally understood. Only then did Shui Wanche know that a husband and wife still had to have sex. Shanghai Wanner was smart, but she had no knowledge in this area. Her knowledge came from the teachings of her mother since she was a child. As a mother, she would not teach her daughter this kind of knowledge until she was married. When she was 14, Empress Wu selected her as a female official and kept her by her side. Since then, all she had access to was official documents. How could she have access to the details of the affairs between men and women? Therefore, Shanghai Wanna looked at the characters word by word, repeatedly trying to figure it out, but still could not understand it. Helpless, she could only look at the erotic paintings. These erotic paintings in the palace. Every time an imperial daughter got married, there would be a special female official who would take them to see them one by one and explain them. Shangwan Wanner naturally knew about the existence of these things. As soon as she brought these erotic paintings back, she unfolded one and looked at it. She saw a naked woman's body. Wanner blushed and quickly threw it to the side, not daring to touch it again. Now that he really couldn't understand the books, he could only bite the bullet and open those scrolls again. These scrolls were extremely detailed. Some were on a chair, some were on a couch, some were in a garden, some were completely naked, some were half naked, some were black and white, some were colorful, and there were all kinds of postures. At first, Wanner flipped to a picture that was neatly dressed but had no specific depiction. She looked at it with question marks on her head. She compared it with the scenes she read in the books, but she still couldn't understand. When she flipped to a picture that made her so shy that she couldn't help but connect it with what the book said, she gradually understood. Wanner suppressed her shyness and continued to look at the paintings one by one, especially the paintings that didn't cover up anything and the details were vividly described. Wanner was shocked. The way between a man and a woman should be like this. This is so ugly. This is so strange. What kind of feeling is this? Wanner's eyes and ears fell hot. In a trance, she put Yang Fan and herself in the picture. It was as if the naked chairs, the overlapping couches, and the couples under the trees were the two of them. She couldn't help but feel restless. A strange feeling made her unconsciously tighten her legs. That feeling was very strange and also very uncomfortable. This underripe fruit was gradually dyed with a red color and released a sweet fragrance. It was about to ripen. At this time, it was an afternoon in late spring. While Wanner was cramming knowledge in the depths of the palace, hoping to give her Lang Jun a satisfying first night, Yang Fan was in the Heavenly Palace Temple, worshipping Sakyamuni. He asked for leave today. The reason was that he had to go to the White Horse Temple to see Master Shui, and he also went back to take care of his house. Shui Huai gave him a house, and he only went to see it once. It was a big house with 3 entrances. There was a pond, water, and pavilion. It was a very elegant house, and it was not far from Nan City. It was a prosperous area. Yang Fan took a stroll around his house, locked the door, and never went back. He said that he was going to see Shui Huai was just an excuse. Today, he was going to see Miaoshenka. If he gave himself away and someone suspected him, with Shui Huai there, he would have a higher chance of getting rid of suspicion. In the past, Yang Fan was very cautious, but now he was even more cautious because he was no longer alone. He had a plan for his woman. Yang Fan first went to the White Horse Temple, but Shui Huai was not there. After asking, it was Wu Chengxi who invited Shui Huai to Yi Yang's new Shana play. Yang Fan only saw monk Yizhua, who stayed in the temple. When he rushed over, monk Yizhua was in the meditation room, reciting the Tao Te Ching. Once faith was deeply embedded in one's mind, it was not easy to change it. Monkey Joie had now drunk wine and eaten meat. Although he was no longer a master, his life was 100 times better than before. But he still believed in his grandpa Lao Zi. Seeing Yang Fan, Yizhua was very happy and chatted with him for a long time. Yang Fan came to the White Horse Temple with the intention of having a witness to prove that he had appeared here. After chatting with Yizhua for a while, Yang Fan said goodbye and left. He did not go to his house, but went directly to the Heavenly Temple. Yang Fan followed the crowd to offer incense and worship. Then, he wandered around and came to the backyard of the Heavenly Temple. The last time he went to Miaoshenka's house, he already knew its approximate location in the Heavenly Temple. When Yang Fan wandered to the vicinity of the Sutra Depository in the backyard of the Heavenly Temple, the number of tourists gradually decreased. Between the Sutra Depository Pavilion and the mountain wall, there was a gap about the width of a person. At the entrance, there were some traces of defecation. Yang Fan covered his abdomen with his hand and looked around, pretending to look for a place to relieve himself. Then he flashed into the entrance. Using both his hands and legs, like an 8-legged spider, he quickly climbed up the nearly 3 feet high courtyard wall. After climbing over the wall, his feet landed in the front yard of Miaoshenka's house. The courtyard was as quiet as the last time he came. There was no one. Yang Fan patted the dust off his hands and walked to the second courtyard according to the route he took last time. "Teacher, I have finished writing." Under the shade of a tree in the backyard of the second courtyard, an old man with a delicate face was lying on a rattan chair, pretending to sleep. There was a short desk beside him. Du Xian was lying on the desk and writing a word. He raised his head and said excitedly, "Oh, let me have a look." The old man straightened his back, and the old rattan chair under him made a creaking sound. "Ah, not bad, not bad." The old man stroked his grizzled beard and nodded with a smile. "In our dynasty, Ouyang Sun, Yu Shernan, and Chu Suiliang are the 3 most outstanding calligraphers. Ouyang Sun's calligraphy is sharp, and his writing is extremely dangerous. Yu's calligraphy is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. It is round and beautiful. Chu's calligraphy is beautiful and smooth, and it has many variations. The 3 of them have their own strengths. The calligraphy I teach you is a combination of the strengths of Chu and Ouyang's calligraphy. Child, your comprehension is not bad. Although the words are still immature, you have already somewhat grasped the charm. Very good. I will allow you to rest for a while." Go, and pour a cup of water for me first." Du Xian laughed. "Teacher, didn't you often say that the tea given to you by Elder Yuan Shu of the Heavenly Temple can refresh your mind and quench your thirst? Do you want me to make you a bowl of tea?" The old man chuckled and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." The tea tasted strange at first, but after tasting it carefully, the taste was indeed not bad. "All right, go and make a bowl of tea. Be careful not to burn yourself when you start the fire." "Yes." Du Xian answered and ran off excitedly. The old man looked at Du Xian's back and smiled slightly. Just as he lay down again, his body suddenly stiffened. The moment he lay down and closed his eyes, he seemed to see a figure appear in front of him like a ghost. Is it an illusion? The old man's eyelids moved a little, but he didn't open them. However, his body was already leaning forward, and the reclining chair made a slow and long creaking sound with his movements. His body was raised to an angle, but it was not enough for him to sit up straight. When his feet touched the ground, his body stopped, and a pair of muddy old eyes slowly opened. The old man slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of short brown leather boots. The toe of the boots was pointed and slightly hooked up. Then there was a pair of tight-fitting trousers and a short robe. The robe only reached the crotch, and there was a belt around the waist and a half-moon-shaped belly belt. This was the attire of a soldier. The old man looked up inch by inch, and his body also straightened inch by inch. The rattan chair continued to creak, and when he completely sat up straight, the creaking sound stopped. His gaze stopped on Yang Fan's face, and then moved to the top of his head. His hair was neatly tied up, and he wore a folded scarf on his head with a red handkerchief wrapped around it. This was a very handsome young man, but his appearance was very unfamiliar. The old man was sure that he didn't recognize him at all. Yang Fan also looked at the old man in front of him. He looked completely like a harmless old man. His clothes were simple, and even the wrinkles on his face revealed a kind of calmness and serenity. It was very difficult for Yang Fan to associate such a kind old man with a cruel murderer who had slaughtered an entire village. But the old man in front of him was Miao Shunke. If loyalty, treachery, kindness, and evil could be clearly distinguished from one's appearance, how could there be so many treachery and evildoers in the imperial court since ancient times? Beside Yang Fan's ears, Yang Mingxing's curse-like cry echoed faintly. Miao Shunke, Qiu Shinji. Chapter 186. When Yang Fan was a child begging in the Guangzhou prefecture, he could roughly judge a person's wealth and whether they were benevolent or not by looking at their appearance, expression, and attire. He was able to accurately beg for food. This kind of ability often made Nyo exclaim in admiration, feeling that her brother was very capable. But as he grew older, he found that this kind of ability to judge people was gradually becoming less useful. It wasn't that his ability to judge people had deteriorated, but the people he came into contact with were no longer the commoners in the marketplace. The higher one's status was, the more masks they wore on their faces. Actors would only sing when they were on stage, but they were acting all the time. In the end, even they themselves didn't know when they were in the play and when they were out of the play. How could others tell them apart? Zhou Xing, elegant and refined, with a refined appearance. Lai Junshun, elegant and handsome, with a dignified appearance. Qiu Shinji, valiant martial artist, awe-inspiring and domineering. Which one looked like a treacherous official? Which one looked like a ruthless official? The two of them examined each other for a long time before a trace of distress appeared on Miao Shunke's face. He sighed softly and said in a hoarse and old voice, "I heard that the Empress is about to ascend to the throne and will soon take off her phoenix robe and change into a dragon robe. We tailors who helped the Empress cut the phoenix robe will be useless then." The sigh was as bleak as the autumn wind, and the hoarse voice was like the yellow leaves swept up by the autumn wind, rustling. Miao Shunke supported himself on the rattan chair and slowly stood up. He seemed to be trembling, but his expression was very calm, as if he had long been waiting for this day to come. He said to himself, "Only this old man is left of the 6 scholars of the North Gate. This old man has been thinking, when will it be my turn? Is it the right time now?" Yang Fan smiled, his smile a bit cold and cynical. "I thought that Scholar Miao was living in seclusion here, leisurely and carefree. Now it seems that you are not living that well. How could a person who waited for death every day be happy? I want to kill you. The Empress also wants to kill you, and there are many people who want to kill you." Miao Shunke's old eyes slightly narrowed as he said in surprise, "You are not someone sent by the Empress?" Yang Fan said, "I'm here to take your life. It's not an order from the Empress." Miao Shunke frowned slightly, staring at Yang Fan, but did not speak. Yang Fan said, "I came to seek justice from Scholar Miao." Divine Guest Miao said, "When have I ever owed anyone justice?" Yang Fan said, "In the 2nd year of Yongchun, in Xiaozhou's Peach Blossom Village, all the villagers, old and young, were massacred. Scholar Miao should know about this matter, right?" 2nd year of Yongchun, Xiaozhou Peach Blossom Village. Miao Shunke raised his head slightly, the wind caressing his grizzled beard, making it tremble slightly in the wind. Yang Fan was staring at his face. His expression was somewhat confused, as if his thoughts had suddenly drifted to a faraway place. Other than a trace of confusion on his face, there was no other change. After a long time, Miao Shunke's gaze once again fell on Yang Fan, and he lightly smiled. "Ah, you're talking about this matter. Ever since Yang Mingxing and Kai Dongchang died, I've been thinking, who killed them? Will this person find me one day? I even want to make a bet with myself." Miao Shunke smiled very calmly, as if the person standing in front of him was not an enemy seeking revenge, but an old friend he had not seen for many years. Indeed, he did not need to worry. Kai Dongchang, his 4 trusted subordinates, and even Yang Mingxing were all dead but none of their family members were harmed. Miaoshinka had reason to believe that this enemy was not someone who would kill the innocent. He would not be like them, who would slaughter an entire village, which was inhumane. As for himself, he was a person who was already waiting for death, so what was there to worry about? Miaoshinka smiled and said, I want to make a bet with myself. Will this assassin come to me first, or will the Empress come to me first? If the Empress comes to me first, this assassin will definitely be very disappointed. If it is this assassin who comes to me first, the Empress will probably also be very puzzled. Miaoshinka seemed to find the situation very interesting. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. Haha, I didn't expect you to be ahead of me in the end. After I die, perhaps the Empress will guess who was the one who understood the Emperor's will and helped her remove a part of her heart. But with the Empress's temperament of not liking to be hidden from others, she will definitely not feel happy. Miaoshinka laughed very happily. Yang Fan could not help but frown. A person who valued his own life so lightly, then even if he died, as the person seeking revenge, how could he experience the joy of revenge? But since Miaoshinka had already seen through life and death, it would be much easier to get the truth of the murder case from his mouth. Miaoshinka smiled and looked at him a few times, then gently asked, You are a fish that escaped the net of the Peach Blossom Village? I didn't expect you to be so young. Back then, you should still be a child, right? Miaoshinka's calm attitude was beyond Yang Fan's expectations. He did not seem like he had seen an avenger who wanted to kill him, but more like he had seen an old friend and began to talk about the old days. Yang Fan suppressed his hatred and said, Why did you do this? Who incited you? The people of the Peach Blossom Village live in seclusion and are harmless to others. Why did you do such an inhumane thing? Miaoshinka said with a disapproving face, Little friend, you are too serious. What inhumane? How ridiculous. What do you know about human nature? Human nature is 100 times uglier than beasts. Only when beasts are hungry will they think of killing other creatures. But if a human wants to kill, even if it is for pleasure, it can be a reason. He flicked his sleeves and slowly turned around. With his hands clasped behind his back, he raised his head and faced a tree that was dozens of feet tall. Its crown was like an umbrella, and he said with nostalgia, We, the 6 scholars of the North Gate, were originally insignificant officials. We didn't have any powerful family backgrounds. Even if we had outstanding achievements in politics, we would only be small officials of the 5th or 6th rank. We would only work obediently in the yamen. If we could be sent out and become the pastors of a province or a county, that would be our greatest fortune. It was the Empress who had a good eye for talent and promoted us. When we were serving the Empress at the North Gate, although we did not have the title of Prime Minister, we had the power of Prime Minister. Do you know what it feels like to have a huge empire under your control, moving according to your will, allowing you to fulfill your lifelong ambitions? Do you know what it feels like to be on cloud 9? Miaoshinka slowly turned around and stared at Yang Fan's young face. He smiled and shook his head. You can't know. You are still young, too young. He turned to the side and raised his face to continue looking at the crown of the tall tree. He said leisurely, A scholar will die for his bosom friend. We are very grateful to the Empress and are willing to do anything for her. Emperor Gaozong had head and eye problems. In his later years, he could no longer see things. The whole world was in the Empress's hands. It was also from that time that the Empress gradually developed the idea of becoming the Empress. Speaking to this point, Miaoshinka laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly and said, This was also the result of the 6 of us adding fuel to the fire. We were too clever for our own good. How could we have known at that time that we were digging our own graves by doing so? If the Empress did not become the Empress, we could live freely. If the Empress became the Empress, she would not need us. Yang Fan interrupted his self-pity and said, I just want to know, who made you go, and why did you want to kill people? Miaoshinka was silent for a moment, then faintly smiled and said, When people get old, they like to talk to others. This old man has forgotten that young people do not have the patience to listen to old people talk about their past. Peach Blossom Village, has a total of 11 surnames, right? They were all officials who had a close relationship with Ilan Minji in the past. Yang Fan listened carefully. Miao Shinka said, I don't know why, but the Empress hated the Wu clan so much that she would rather choose her nephew, Ilan Minji, to inherit her father's title of Duke of Zhou. Ilan Minji was brimming with talent. At that time, he was indeed the best candidate. Unfortunately, because of the death of Madame Han and Madame Wei, Ilan Minji hated the Empress to the extreme. From then on, he pretended to be crazy and went against the Empress. In order to have a strong backing to fight against the Empress, he and his grandmother, Madame Yang. The Empress finally couldn't bear it anymore. Not long after Madame Yang's death, she decided to make a move against him. Miao Shunke faintly smiled and said, everything that Ilan Minji did was because of the tragic deaths of his mother and sister. He deliberately humiliated the Empress and took revenge on her. He already knew that with the Empress's temperament, he would definitely die. When Madame Yang died, he knew that his time was up. He never thought of escaping, and he knew that he could not escape. The only thing he did was to leave himself a successor. Yang Fan knew that he was about to get to the crux of the problem. He was abnormally nervous. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. He seriously listened to every word that Miao Shinke said. However, he couldn't see that Miao Shinke's eyes, which were staring at the treetop, were flashing strangely. Only those who were extremely familiar with Miao Shinke knew that this was a habitual expression that would only appear when he was plotting against someone. Divine Guest Miao said, apart from his wives and concubines, Ilan Min secretly took in another woman. This woman gave birth to a son for him. He gave this woman and this son to one of his life and death friends. This life and death friend of his is one of the 11 surnamed officials banished to Lingnan Xiaozhou. Yang Fan slowly said, so this son of Ilan Minji was brought to Xiaozhou. As he asked, he anxiously thought back to his childhood friends in the Peach Blossom Village who were a few years older than him. Miao Shinke didn't say when Ilan Minji's son was born. The time span was too big. From those who were 4 or 5 years older than him to those who were more than 10 years older, it was possible for anyone. Miao Shinke said, that's right. At that time, the Heavenly Empress didn't have the intention to proclaim herself an emperor. Later on, when the power of the imperial court was completely in the hands of the Heavenly Empress, under our conscious instigation, the Heavenly Empress gradually had the idea of proclaiming herself an emperor. Emperors are all solitary people, but how can an emperor be solitary people? Not only does an emperor need power, he also needs supporters. He also needs a huge clan to be able to stabilize the empire. But for some reason, the Heavenly Empress' hatred for her father's clan was so deep that she was still unwilling to use the Wu clan. Even after she called back a large number of Wu clansmen, she still deeply loathed these people with the surname Wu. She even regretted executing Ilan Minji. At that time, Ilan Minji had a wide circle of friends in the capital. Although many people were implicated by him and were either exiled or demoted, Ilan Minji inherited the title of Duke of Zhou. Many of his friends were also people from the Heavenly Empress faction. Because of Ilan Minji, these people fell out of favor, but they didn't suffer too much. Among them, there was someone who somehow heard about the Heavenly Empress intentions. They wanted to report the news of Ilan Minji having a descendant to the Heavenly Empress and use it to make a comeback. But this person was no longer qualified to meet the Heavenly Empress. So he asked to see me and told me this news. Chapter 187. Miao Shinke slowly turned around and stared at Yang Fan. He solemnly said, regardless of Ilan Minji's various preposterous actions or what his original goal was, his preposterous actions are already known to the entire world. Such a person's reputation is already rotten. Once the Empress establishes a new dynasty, how can she allow such a stain on her reputation? Moreover, the Jialan clan's population is already sparse. How could they be of help to the Heaven Empress? The Heaven Empress is already old, and a young ruler is here. Once the new dynasty is established, how could it last long? This Miao is loyal and devoted to the Empress. How can I sit by and watch this happen? Yang Fan said in a deep voice. So you contacted Shinji to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Miao Shinka said, Shinji is also someone the Heaven Empress promoted. He is also one of the generals who is most passionate about the Heaven Empress becoming the emperor. He works beside the Heaven Empress with me and is very familiar with me. I am a scholar and can't do such a thing myself. Of course, I need his help. Yang Fan said, So, you instructed Shinji to make a move and plan the Peach Blossom Massacre? Miao Shinka said, That's right. We had already decided to abandon the Jialan clan and use the Wu clan. This was the wisest choice. The Heaven Empress had great talent, and although she was a woman, she was still a woman after all. Women would always be affected by their emotions. She clearly knew that the Jialan clan couldn't be compared to the Wu clan, but because she hated the Wu clan, she couldn't make a decision. Of course, we had to share the Heaven Empress worries. Yang Fan's eyes widened, and his expression suddenly became fierce. He said excitedly, Just because of this, you killed everyone in a village? Shinka Miao calmly replied, The people from the Jialan clan in the village naturally have to be killed. As for who Jialan Minji entrusted his son to, that informant only knew about the matter but didn't know the details. How would we know who Jialan Minji's bastard child is? Only by killing them all will we be safe. Do you know how many people will die in a change of dynasty? All obstacles that could stop the Heaven Empress from ascending to the throne should be turned into stepping stones. What can 100 foolish villagers do? Yang Fan's hands trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Well said. All the obstacles in the way of the Empress' ascension should be turned into stepping stones. The Empress is about to ascend the throne. Now, please become a stepping stone for the Empress to ascend the altar to announce her ascension to the heavens. Miao Shinka slowly turned around with his back facing Yang Fan. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and sighed. I have been waiting for a long time. Waiting is also a kind of torture. Do it. This old man is very happy to borrow your hand to free myself. Yang Fan gripped the hilt of his saber tightly, forcefully suppressing the urge to strike with his saber. He sneered and said, Killing you will only dirty my saber. Since you were able to tell me the truth and dispel my doubts, I will leave you with an intact corpse. Hang yourself. Miao Shinka turned around and looked at Yang Fan with surprise. He said meaningfully, In this world, there are many things that will rot with the grass and trees, and no one will know about them. But there are some things that can be passed down to future generations, and the reason is because there was a fish that escaped the net. Escaped the net, and so there was Duke Wen of Jin. Go Jin escaped the net, and so the state of Wu was destroyed. Young man, I hope that you, the fish that escaped the net, will also have great achievements in the future. Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Miao Shinka's words were a little abrupt, and there was a great mystery behind them. What did he mean? Miao Shinka didn't give him a chance to carefully think about it. He had already started walking towards the main hall. A belt was hung on the beam of the roof, and a pair of hands covered in age spots firmly tied it into a dead knot. Miao Shinka looked at the rope that was gently swaying in front of him and sadly said to himself, As a subject of the Tang dynasty, I received the salary of the Tang dynasty, but I was blinded by greed and helped the evildoer. In the end, I even lost my own life. Now that I'm going to die, how can I face the late emperor in the underworld? I'm ashamed. I'm really ashamed. 2 lines of turbid tears slowly flowed down from that pair of old eyes. Miao Shinka gently pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head, and his hair fell down, covering his face. He grabbed the rope loop and slowly put his head in. Without hesitation, he kicked with force with both feet. The wooden stump fell with a bang, and his body swayed and hung in the air. Yang Fan left Miao Shinka's residence and immediately rushed to his own residence in Gongan Lane. He stayed there for a while, and when he came out, he deliberately dawdled, letting the neighbors see that he had locked the door and left. Only then did he rush back to the palace. Even when he crossed the Tianjin Bridge, his eyes were still filled with confusion, and his emotions still couldn't calm down. Now, he finally knew the truth. He originally thought that he was a fish that escaped the net, but who knew that he was a fish that got caught in the crossfire? As it turned out, the entire matter was the result of the confrontation between the two forces, and his family was just an innocent victim. He had reason to take revenge, but his enemies didn't want to kill him and his family. They were just some small fish and shrimp that were cut off along the way. He went through untold hardships and finally found Miao Shunka and brought him to justice. But in his heart, he was no longer as happy as he was when he killed Kai Dongsheng and Yang Mingsheng. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. To other people, this matter was simply a farce, but as the person involved, he paid a painful price. He lost his parents, lost his elder sister. His entire life changed because of this, thinking of his strict father and loving mother, thinking of his amiable and adorable elder sister. Yang Fan really wanted to cry. However, his mood was indeed much more relaxed because of this. Living like Miao Shunka, waiting for death at every moment, was a great torment. To him, that heavy hatred pressed down on his heart. How could it not be a kind of torment? When he walked to the Zuoyi gate of the palace, this was no longer a place that ordinary people could set foot in. The square was empty. Only a few officials and a few oxen and horse carriages walked on it. Yang Fan took a deep breath and pulled himself together. After I killed Xiao Shinji, I will return to Xiaozhou to pay my respects to my parents and elder sister. Now that the hatred has been settled, I will find Nyonyo, bring her to Luoyang, and then work hard to marry Wan and have a bunch of children. I believe that father, mother, and elder sister in heaven will also smile for me. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. At the end of the flat square was the lofty and magnificent palace gate, and further up was the azure sky with floating white clouds. Huh? Stop the carriage. From the side, an ox cart slowly came over. When it reached Yang Fan's side, it suddenly stopped. A rich and fat face peeked out from the window. On his head was a black hat with a piece of jade inlaid on his forehead. His skin was slightly dark, his beard was white, and the hair on his temples was 80% white, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance clearly, the fat old man laughed. "Little Lang Jun, this old man and you are really fated?" Yang Fan was startled, looking at this fat old man. For a moment, he did not recognize him. The fat old man pointed at his own nose and said, Me, don't you recognize this old man?" Just as Yang Fan was about to speak, the fat old man retracted his head with a whoosh, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and limped out. He was wearing a purple official robe, a goldfish pouch hung on his waist, and a pair of black official boots on his feet, giving off an air of nobility. When Yang Fan saw this, he was secretly shocked. Wearing a purple robe, he was at least a third-ranked official. In reality, there were very few first-ranked officials, and first-ranked officials were only given to those who were old and didn't have a title. A third-ranked official was already considered a high-ranking official. The cart driver put down the pedal, and the fat old man limped out of the carriage with a smile. He said to Yang Fan, "I didn't expect you and I to meet here." Yang Fan said hesitantly, "My foot is..." That day, Rinja was dressed casually, and he was already slovenly, and after being jolted around by the crazy donkey, he was now dressed neatly, looking majestic. If it was not for his clever and carefree smile, Yang Fan would not have felt a sense of familiarity and would not have associated him with the donkey rider. Rinja saw his blank face and chuckled. "This old man was riding a crazy donkey at the Tianjin Bridge 2 days ago. Luckily, you saved me. Do you still remember?" Yang Fan said in surprise, "Ah, I remember. So you are..." Rinja said, "This old man is Rinja. So you are the imperial bodyguard of this palace." Rinja? Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly bowed. He wanted to address him, but hesitated. Rinja was now the assistant minister of the prefectural officials, and calling him Assistant Minister D was the proper way to address him. However, Yang Fan and the D family's second son D Guangyuan called each other brothers, so he should call Rinja uncle. However, he did not know if D Guangyuan had mentioned him to him, And if he addressed him rashly, would it make him feel like a relative? While Yang Fan was hesitating, he heard someone laugh loudly. Huh, isn't this Di Gong? Long time no see. Di Gong is as healthy as ever. Congratulations. Before Yang Fan could figure out how to address Di Renjia, a long laugh interrupted his salute. Both of them turned their heads and saw an official with uniformed eyebrows, phoenix eyes, neatly trimmed hair, and a sharp nose walking towards them with a big smile on his face. He was an official with a very proper appearance. He had straight eyebrows, phoenix eyes, neatly combed hair, and a sharp nose. This person was also wearing a purple robe, a black gauze hat, and a jade belt with a goldfish pouch hanging from his waist. It was the spring official, Wu Sansi. Di Renjia softly exclaimed, and cupped his hands in greeting. Minister Wu. Wu Sansi laughed heartily as he walked closer and said, I heard last night that Di Gong has returned to the capital, and I was thinking of taking some time to visit you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Di Renjia, are you going to the palace to meet the emperor? Di Renjia said, Yes. When I returned to the capital, I accidentally fell and injured my leg, and I had to rest at home for a few days. Now that I've recovered, I'm going to the palace to meet the empress. Wu Sansi laughed. Good. Then Di Gong can go see the Empress Dowager first, and I have to go to the Secretariat to settle some matters. After I'm done, I'll wait for you here at Zoimen. When you return to the capital, I'll hold a banquet for you. Di Renjia's face turned serious, and he said, Oh, that's not appropriate. I'm sick, and I can't attend a banquet now. I appreciate Minister Wu's kindness, but I'll have to politely decline this banquet. Wu Sansi's face turned cold, and he said, Is Di Gong looking down on me? As far as I know, Di Gong attended Princess Taiping's banquet yesterday. Why? She invited you. So Di Gong gladly attended the banquet. But when I invited you, you won't even give me face? Chapter 188. Di Renjia was about to answer when someone laughed. Haha. Minister Wu, what a coincidence. How do we meet here? Oh, Elder Di, you've returned to the capital? The speaker was a man in his early 40s. He had bright eyes and wore a light crimson official robe with a silver fish pouch hanging from his waist. He was well-dressed and had an extraordinary temperament. He was Su Weiwei, the Minister of Personnel. Su Weiwei was able to compose poems at the age of 9 and was talented since childhood. He became a scholar at the age of 20 and was promoted to the rank of Xianyang Lieutenant. Later on, due to his outstanding political achievements, he was promoted to the Ministry of Personnel by Pei Xingjian. He even accompanied Pei Xingjian in 2 campaigns against the Turks. Su Weiwei, Du Shunyan, Cui Rong, and Li Jiao were known as the 4 friends of literature. Together with Li Jiao, they were known as the Su and Li. Of course, in the author's opinion, Su Weiwei's greatest contribution was that he left a son in Meishan and gave birth to a descendant named Su Dongpa. He also left the idiom ambiguity in the literary world. When Su Weiwei saw Wu Sansi, he went forward to greet him. Unexpectedly, Di Renjia was also there. He quickly bowed and said, What are you two talking about? Di Renjia smiled and said, I've just returned to the capital. Minister Wu is very kind and wants to hold a banquet to welcome me. Su Weiwei heard this and said, Of course, of course. Elder Di is a man of virtue and prestige. He will be of great use when he is transferred back to the capital. Both of you are important officials and should get along well. Yang Fan watched from the side. He saw a mischievous look flash across the eyes of Di Renjia, the fat old man, and said, It's a pity that my stomach is damaged. I can't stand even the tiniest bit of grease. I really can't attend the banquet. Su Weiwei heard this and said, Elder Di has just returned to the capital and must be tired from the journey and injured his stomach. Elder Di is old, and although it is a small injury, it is not to be underestimated. In that case, it is better to abstain from meat for a few days and clear your stomach. Wu Sansi glared at Su Weiwei and angrily said to Di Renjia, Di Gongzi could still attend the banquet yesterday. Why is your stomach upset after seeing me today? Di Renjia chuckled and said, You must have eaten something dirty. I'm not a living deity who can predict the future. How would I know when an illness or disaster will come? Su Wei looked at the conversation between the two and knew that something was wrong. He regretted rudely interrupting. He quickly coughed and said, the two of you continue chatting. I have some matters to attend to in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. I will take my leave now. Wu Sansi laughed coldly and said, Hey, well said, Master D. You're not a living deity who can predict the future. How would you know when this illness or disaster will come knocking on your door? Grandmaster D, take care of yourself. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Su Weiwei bowed, and when he straightened his back, Wu Sansi had already left. Di Renja laughed and pulled Su Weiwei's arm. He called his nickname and laughed. Su Moling, your ambiguous temperament has not changed at all. Haha, Minister Wu has already left. Come with me to the palace. Su Weiwei smiled bitterly and said, Di Gongzi, I did not know the situation and rashly came in. I already regret it, and now I'm being laughed at by you. Di Renja looked at his embarrassed appearance and could not help but laugh. Di Renja's character was carefree and frivolous. He had always liked to play tricks on people. In the past, when he was the Minister of Agriculture, because his superior never listened to his opinion, he complained in front of his superior, saying, The Minister of Agriculture is like a concubine. The official position is in the main room. If the mistress is hard to serve, no matter what I do, I won't be able to get a smile from her. This made the official very embarrassed. Later on, he became more and more powerful. Even the prime ministers became the target of his teasing. Empress Wu was in power, and the various powers were complicated. Su Weiwei played it safe and liked to be ambiguous. However, he was talented and had a good character. In Di Renja's eyes, he had no choice but to play it safe. He admired Su Weiwei very much, and the two of them had always had a good relationship. That was why he joked with him. Let's go. Young friend, come with us. All right, what did you say your name was? Di Renja abandoned the carriage and walked into the palace with Su Weiwei. He did not ignore Yang Fan because he was only small guard. He smiled and pulled him along. The three of them walked together. Yang Fan said, Uncle, I am Yang Fan. I am now working in the 100 Cavalry. Di Renja was surprised and said, Uncle, young friend is... When Di Renja heard him call him uncle, he thought he was the son of a family friend. He thought for a moment, but could not think of which good friend with the surname Yang had such a big son. Moreover, he had never seen this son before. Yang Fan said, Yes. After I joined the Imperial Army, I got to know Brother Guang Yuan through shooting bows. We got along well and became good friends. Di Renja softly said, I see. You and I are really fated. Since you are my good nephew, I can't thank you again for saving my life. If you have time, you can come to my residence and spend some time with Guang Yuan. I like young talents like you very much. Su Weiwei saw that Di Renja was speaking very intimately to Yang Fan and could not help but look him up and down. She wanted to ask how Yang Fan had saved Di Renja, but she was afraid that it was not something outsiders could know. Just saying hello when they met on the road would make it very awkward. It was better not to ask about things that had nothing to do with her, so she closed her mouth. The three of them talked along the way until they arrived in front of Wuching Hall. Yang Fan was not on duty today, but he was now in the 100 Cavalry and could walk around as he pleased. When they arrived in front of Wuching Hall, Di Renja wanted to see Empress Wu, and Su Weiwei wanted to go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Yang Fan said goodbye to the two and was about to rush back to Xuanwu Gate when he saw Captain Huang Xuchang standing at the entrance of Wuching Hall. Yang Fan walked over and cupped his hands in greeting. Captain Huang. Huang Xuchang was looking at him from the corner of his eyes. This kid said that he did not have any family background. Great. General Wu Yuyi personally came to warn Brigade Commander Su. General Li Duo's son-in-law, Yi Huli, and Brigade Commander Wei called him brothers. Shangguan Wei, who followed closely behind the Empress, was still worried and specially came over to tell him something. Where did this kid come from? Although Huang Xuchang's temperament was rough, and he especially looked down on people who relied on connections to climb up, he was not an idiot. No matter how much he disliked Yang Fan, he did not dare to deliberately make things difficult for him at this time. Something big seemed to have happened today. The Empress summoned the 100 Cavalry Brigade Commander and Su Liang also brought him over. He stood at the entrance of Wuqing Hall and saw from afar that Yang Fan was accompanying the two court officials, Di Renjia and Su Weiwei. The three of them walked side by side, talking and laughing. Di Renjia was a third-rank official. Although Su Weiwei's official rank was lower, she was now serving in the Ministry of Appointments. What kind of yamen was that? It was where all the officials in the world were transferred and demoted. For a moment, Huang Xuchang was even more confused about Yang Fan's background. Seeing how respectful Yang Fan was towards him, Huang Xuchang forced a smile and said, "The Empress has summoned the brigade commander. I will accompany the brigade commander and wait here." Yang Fan made no sound. It was not convenient for him to return to Xuanwu Gate alone. He said, "Since this is the case, I will also wait here. In a while, I will return with Captain." Huang Xuchang grunted and did not say anything more. Di Renjia arrived at the third courtyard of Wuqing Hall. The servant at the door announced that he was coming in. When Wu Zetian heard that Di Renjia had arrived, she happily said, "Quickly call him in." She then waved to Su Liang, who was standing in front of her, and said, "Step aside." 100 Cavalry Brigade Commander Su Liang quickly stepped aside. Di Renjia came in from the door. He took 2 steps forward and gave a deep bow. He said respectfully, "Official Di Renjia greets the Empress." Wu Zetian said, "Dispense with the formalities. Rise." Di Renjia straightened up. Wu Zetian carefully looked at him and said, "Compared to when you left the capital, your hair is much whiter." Di Renjia bowed and said, "I'm already old. Seeing that the Empress is as handsome as ever, I am very comforted." Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "I am old. I am old." "You are old. I'm also old," she sighed and ordered to the left and right, "Find a seat for the Imperial Elder." Di Renjia was slightly shocked when he heard this. He quickly bowed again and showed a touch of gratitude. The Imperial Elder was not an ordinary title. The title of Elder of a Nation had always been used to respectfully address officials of the 5th rank and above who had retired due to old age. Addressing an in-service official in this manner, especially when it was addressed by the Empress, was unprecedented. Empress Wu's courtesy touched Di Renjia from the bottom of his heart. Di Renjia sat down. Wu Zetian looked at him with a smile and said, "The Imperial Elder is inspecting Jiangnan and has good governance. I have long heard of it in the capital. However, there are some people who have criticized your actions in Jiangnan. Do you know who they are?" Di Renjia bowed and said, "If the Empress thinks that I am wrong, please correct it. If the Empress thinks that I am not wrong, it is my honor. Those who have criticized my actions are also for the country and the Empress. I do not want to know their names." Wu Zetian laughed. "Ha! The Imperial Elder has the heart of a prime minister." Di Renjia hurriedly said, "I dare not." Wu Zetian smiled and looked at him, saying, "The Imperial Elder must be tired in Jiangnan. Now that you have returned to the capital to hand over your duties, you should rest for a while and recuperate your body and mind. You cannot admit your old age. I still need you." Di Renjia hurriedly agreed. Wu Zetian's gaze turned and saw Su Liang, who was bowing to the side. She couldn't help but say, "You see, I am really old. I have such an expert judge like you, and I am still at my wit's end. Ha! You have just returned to the capital. I will not bother you with important matters. Help me with a case." Di Renjia's gaze froze and said, "Case? I wonder what the Empress is talking about." Wu Zetian lightly said, "Miao Shunke is dead." Di Renjia's gaze slightly shrank, and he did not respond. Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "Humph. You old fox, you don't need to grumble in your heart. I did not kill Miao Shunke." Di Renjia and Wu Zetian were about the same age. In front of him, Wu Zetian was like 2 old people of the same age chatting about family matters. She relaxed and spoke more casually and naturally. Di Renjia said, "Yes. But how did he die?" Di Renjia immediately believed Wu Zetian when she said she did not kill him. The current Empress Wu did not need to act. If she said it was not her, then it was definitely not her. Wu Zetian said he committed suicide. Chapter 189. Hearing Wu Zetian's contradictory words, Di Renjia's face did not show any signs of surprise. He did not even hesitate as he immediately asked, Does the heavenly empress think that he couldn't have hung himself? Wu Zetian said, he wouldn't dare. Di Renjia was silent again. Making people die and not dare to live. Making people live and not dare to die. What kind of coercion and means was this? Wu Zetian also seemed to feel that this topic was too heavy, so she changed the topic and said, I believe that Shunke Miao would not commit suicide unless someone forced him. There must be something strange in this. Help me find out. Di Renjia stood up and cupped his hands, saying, Yes, your majesty. Wu Zetian said, This is not the court, so don't stand on ceremony. Sit down and talk. She glanced at Su Liang and said, Go to the 100 cavalry and select a few capable people to listen to King Di's orders. I want to see who is so bold to do things behind my back. Su Liang hurriedly said, Your Majesty. On this side, Wu Zetian asked Di Renjia about some things in Jiangnan. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Su Liang left Wuqing Hall and said to Huang Xuchang outside, Let's go, let's. As soon as he looked up, he suddenly saw Yang Fan pacing not far away. So he lowered his voice and said, Why is he here? Who knows what he came here for? Huang Xuchang said, Originally he wanted to ask for leave today to visit Monk Huai Yi of the White Horse Temple. In the end, just now I saw him with Assistant Minister Di from the Prefectural Yamen and Su Yuanweilong from the Heavenly Official Mansion. When he heard that Brigade Commander was inside, he said he wanted to accompany us back. Hey, although this person has a powerful background, he knows some rules, unlike those arrogant aristocratic families. Xu Yong secretly smiled bitterly and thought, What kind of aristocratic family is he? I am afraid that even the legitimate son of the eldest branch of the Hongnon Yang family is not as powerful as him. Shangwan Dai Zhao, General Wu, Master Huai Yi, Assistant Minister Di, Minister Counselor Su, Yi Huli. As soon as he thought of his connections, Xu Yong felt a headache. He sighed and said, Call him over. Let's go back to Xuanwu Gate. As soon as he finished speaking, his distressed expression was swept away. He straightened his back and pursed his lips, smiling as if he was being blessed by the heavens. He looked kindly at Yang Fan in the distance. Ha! Interesting, really interesting. Unfortunately, I was not in Luoyang at that time and did not see such a grand occasion. Although I'm not good at bowing, I like it very much. Di Renjia said to Yang Fan with a smile as they walked. The two were talking about the bowing ceremony during the Lantern Festival. Yang Fan stood next to Di Renjia, surrounded by 6 or 7 Hunter Horseman guards. All of them were dressed in casual clothes with sharp blades hidden at their waists. As they moved, they vaguely protected Di Renjia in the middle. Suddenly, someone shouted in front of them, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Yang Fan and Di Renjia looked up and saw a group of people clearing the way. In the middle of the group, there was a tall horse, and there was a man sitting on it. He had a square face, a wide mouth, thick eyebrows, and a thick black beard under his chin. He looked very dignified. Yang Fan and Di Renjia were talking and laughing with Di Renjia about the war with the Tubo people during the Lantern Festival. Yang Fan recognized this man. He was Tang Zong, the commandant of Luoyang. Di Renjia waved his hand and said, Let's step aside. Yang Fan obeyed and retreated to the side of the road with him. They saw Tang Zong leading his men to open the way, and behind them was a group of soldiers. They looked travel-worn. Their faces were covered with frost, and their uniforms were not as bright as the capital's garrison. They seemed to have come from a faraway place. They carried bows, swords, and spears, guarding a row of prisoner carriages. There were men and women, old and young, in the prisoner carriages. Most of them looked dispirited and curled up in the carriages, not looking out. There was a man in the foremost prisoner carriage. This man was wearing a white prisoner's uniform. He was about 7 feet tall and very strong. Judging by the wrinkles on his face and his weather-beaten complexion, he must be at least 50 or 60 years of age, but his hair was still as black as ink and hung loosely over his broad shoulders. Because he had not washed or combed for a long time, it had become greasy and matted and looked rather dirty. But with his strong body and rugged features, it only added to his imposing manner and made him look like a lion, and though he was in a cage, he was still a formidable sight. When he saw this man, Drunken's face immediately became serious. His hand that was stroking his beard stopped, and his eyes were fixed on the man in the prisoner carriage. The bailiffs drove the pedestrians on the street and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The prisoner in the carriage is a serious criminal of the imperial court. Who dares to block the road? The prisoner carriage pressed down on the bluestone road, rolling forward. The big man's feet were firmly locked. His body was perfectly straight, just like a stone statue. As the prison cart swayed, his neck bumped against the cage from time to time, but his face was as still as stone, without the slightest change. It was not that this man did not want to sit down, but the top of the prisoner carriage was like a flat shackle that was stuck on his neck. He could not sit down at all. Yang Fan looked at Drunken and then at the man in the prisoner carriage. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle, do you know this man?" Drunken gently put down his hand that was stroking his beard and nodded heavily. He said in a low voice, "This man is the current Duke of Yin, the governor of the River Source Road, the chief of the army, Chi Changji." Yang Fan said, "From this name, he does not seem to be a Han." Drunken nodded and said, Chi Changji is from Beach and has been under the Tang dynasty for decades. For decades, Chi Changji has been guarding the western border for the Tang dynasty. He has made many military achievements, swept across Tibet, and defeated many Turks. His fame has shaken the world. Watching the prisoner carriage leave, Drunken said in a low voice, "I still remember that year when the Tubo conquered the 18 Junzhou of the western region and joined forces with Khotan to capture the Kutcha city. Our dynasty sent 100,000 troops, but we won at first and then lost. After that, our dynasty gathered another 180,000 troops, but because of the incompetence of the general, we fell into the Tubo's trap and were trapped. At that time, it was Chi Changji who led 500 men to attack the Tubo commander's tent at night, and our army was able to return to Shanzhou. Even so, we lost more than half of our troops. After that, Chi Changji was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the border army. He opened up more than 5,000 hectares of farmland in Heiyuan and collected more than 5 million don of grain every year. He was self-sufficient and avoided the huge expense of long-distance transportation for the imperial court. Our Tang dynasty has been in turmoil these years, with internal instability, and we have no choice but to focus on defense. Under such difficult circumstances, Chi Changji has been guarding the border for more than 10 years, and he has defeated the Tubo and Turks many times, causing the Tubo and Turks to lose their courage upon hearing his name. He is indeed the pillar of our Tang dynasty. Now, even he has been arrested, isn't this destroying the Great Wall?" As Drunken said this, his face could not help but show worry and anger. Yang Fan stood at the side, solemnly silent. He remembered the battle where he defeated the Tubo 5 against 10 in the military field. That kind of pride, that kind of glory, that kind of pride of the Tang dynasty, that kind of excitement, that kind of blood-boiling feeling. However, this was completely incomparable to the illustrious battle achievements that Blacktooth Changji had made on the battlefield. This was a true hero, but Yang Fan silently watched the prison cart go into the distance, and actually felt a kind of sorrow and resentment, as if he had experienced it himself. Let's go to Scholar Miao's mansion to take a look." Drunken knew that Wu Zetian was autocratic, and she would rarely change her mind once she had made up her mind. However, he also believed that Chi Changji could not possibly harm Empress Wu in any way. Chi Changji was loyal to the Tang dynasty, just like how Drunken was loyal to the Tang dynasty. However, they were loyal to the country that the Tang dynasty represented, and not to the dynasty of one family or one surname. Therefore, Chi Changji, a high-ranking military official, could not be an obstacle to the Empress' ascension to the throne. The establishment of a new dynasty was not the matter of one person. This person was only a representative, and what was truly changing was a new ruling group. In this new ruling group, there were people who needed others to make room for them. There were people who hoped to make greater contributions to the new ruler and climb to a higher position. There were also people who, once they achieved their ambitions, would take revenge with all their grievances and enmity. And all of this was carried out in the name of clearing the obstacles to the new emperor's ascension to the throne. Therefore, Di Renjia believed that He Qi Chong Ji must have been captured by someone to achieve their own selfish desires, using Empress Wu's ascension to the throne. The most taboo was a high-ranking military official who had different ambitions and took the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. He wanted to protect He Qi Chong Ji, even if the hope was slim. But to protect He Qi Chong Ji, he had to convince Wu Zetian that He Qi Chong Ji would not rebel against her. Di Renjia's heart was heavy. As he walked, he thought, wait for this old man to go to Divine Guest Miao's residence to investigate the situation, then ask about He Qi Chong Ji's whereabouts and think of a way to save him. Di Renjia and Yang Fan had just walked away when suddenly 2 fast horses galloped over from afar. When they came near, a woman on the horse looked around and said anxiously, "He was only delayed at the city gate for a while. Why did I lose sight of him? Ouch!" Before she could finish speaking, the woman covered her abdomen with a painful expression on her face. The woman on the horse was in her early 20s. She had a pointed nose and blue eyes. Her skin was the color of wheat that had ripened under the sun. Her body was strong and plump. Although she did not have the elegant and slender appearance of the women of Luo Jing, she had the exuberant vitality of the grass and wildflowers that grew in the wild valleys and mountains. She was wearing a hu robe with a lapel and a waist. She had a big belly and looked like she was pregnant. At this time, she was pressing her abdomen with her hand. It was unknown whether the rapid galloping of the horse had affected her pregnancy. The woman on the horse, behind her, was a girl who was a few years younger than her. She had small lips and a round chin. She was also wearing a hu robe with a lapel and a waist. She had the same healthy wheat-colored skin, but she looked like a Han. She had big eyes and a pretty face. Her hair was braided into 3 black braids, but it was still the hairstyle of the Hu people. As soon as she saw the woman pressing her abdomen with her hand, she immediately urged her horse forward and asked anxiously, "Madam, what's wrong? You've been galloping all the way. Don't affect your pregnancy. Since Ao Lang has entered the capital, there's no need to worry about not being able to find his whereabouts. Let's find a place to stay first." The woman on the horse pressed her abdomen and endured the extreme discomfort. "No, I must find Lang Jun first," the girl said anxiously. "Since Ao Lang has entered the capital, he must be in prison. Even if we know his whereabouts, Madam won't be able to see him for a while. Let's find a place to stay first. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, not only will we not be able to save Ao Lang, but we will also lose the baby in our womb." The woman hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, really can't hold on any longer. Duo, accompany me to find a place to stay first. Then, immediately go and find out Longjuan's whereabouts. Once you get the news, go to Di Renjia's residence to ask for help. Deputy Envoy Lu told me that only Di Renjia has a chance of survival." Chapter 190. Miao Shenke's family was making arrangements for his funeral. Miao Shenke had a son and 2 daughters, and his 2 sons-in-law also lived with him. The one who answered the door was Wang Qi, Miao Shenke's eldest son-in-law. When he saw Di Renjia and learned that these people were sent by the empress, Wang Qi hurriedly invited them in. Although Wu Zetian suspected that Miao Shenke was killed, the Miao family did not know. They all thought that Miao Shenke had committed suicide because he could not bear the pressure of Empress Wu. Therefore, the so-called condolences sent by the empress were naturally a show of crocodile tears, but they did not dare to show this mentality. Di Renjia's old eyes were very sharp. He not only noticed that the grief of Wang Qi and Li Xingguang, Miao Shenke's 2 sons-in-law, was fake, but he also noticed that they had a kind of relief. If it were not for the tall mourning shed, the monks sent by the abbot of Tiangong Temple were chanting the rebirth mantra, and the incessant crying of Miao Shenke's son and 2 daughters and the heavy atmosphere at the scene, they would have even unconsciously revealed a happy expression. After all, they were not Miao Shenke's biological children. They knew the reason why Miao Shenke hid here and avoided going out, and they had no idea how Wu Zetian would deal with Miao Shenke. It was likely that they had always been worried that they would be implicated and that they would be executed by Empress Wu's decree. Now, that Miao Shunke was dead, the noose around their necks could be considered to have been untied. Di Renjia, who was familiar with the affairs of the world, only sighed secretly and did not point it out. He did not tell the Miao family that he was here to investigate the case. After burning incense and worshipping, he chatted with Miao Shinka's son for a while and asked if Miao Shinka had any unusual behavior before and after committing suicide, and whether there were any guests visiting the Miao family that day. As divine guest Miao's disciple, Du Xian also wore mourning clothes and busied himself inside and outside. Suddenly, he saw a rather familiar face among the group of people who came with the fat old man, surnamed D. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's you." Yang Fan bent down and patted his head. "Little brother, you're here too." When Di Renjia heard their conversation, he turned his head and asked, "Oh, you two know each other?" "Yes," Yang Fan replied. "A few days ago, I received Shangguan Daijiao's order to pay a visit to Scholar Miao to ask for a set of calligraphy. At that time, it was this Xiao Xiongdi who opened the door for me." Yang Fan sighed and said, "I didn't expect that when I come back today, I would be separated from Scholar Miao by yin and yang." Di Renjia's expression slightly changed as he asked, "Is it the day you saved me?" Yang Fan said, "Yes." Miao Shinka staying here was actually equivalent to house arrest. Di Renjia also knew that the person watching over him was Shangguan Wan. Shangguan Wan was fond of poetry and was specialized in dealing with the court officials. It was a very common thing for her to ask for a set of calligraphy. He nodded and stood up. He said to Miao Shinka's son and two sons-in-law, "This old man will go back now. My condolences." The Miao people quickly returned the gesture. Di Renjia led Yang Fan, Zhang Shitong, and the others out. The Miao people sent them to the main gate and returned. Di Renjia stood outside the main gate and did not leave immediately. He looked at the narrow alley, then looked at the high walls on the left and right, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, Shu Asheng quickly walked over. Shu Asheng was Di Renjia's personal attendant and had always been by his side. However, not long after arriving at the Miao family, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Shu Asheng came to Di Renjia's side and bowed. "Alang," Di Renjia asked, "how is it?" Shu Asheng said, "This lowly one has asked. The peddlers selling dates, walnuts, and incense at the entrance of the alley did not see anyone enter this alley on the day Scholar Miao hung himself." Di Renjia said with a smile, "They can remember it so clearly? These businessmen have been watching this alley for a long time. How can they be sure that no one entered the alley and escaped their eyes?" Shu Asheng said, "This lowly one has asked. They said that because there's only one family with the surname Miao in this alley, the Miao family rarely goes out. Other than the Miao family servants coming out to buy some vegetables in the morning, no one from the Miao family comes out all day, and no one has ever entered the alley. So they don't need to remember whether or not anyone entered the alley on the day Scholar Miao hung himself. In fact, no one has entered this alley these days." Di Renjia nodded. If that's the case, their testimony can be trusted." He raised his head and looked at the two high walls on the left and right. He said, "If Scholar Miao really did not hang himself, then someone must have forced him to do so, and this person did not enter through the normal path. You see, the left side of this alley is Tianjin Bridge, a busy street with people coming and going. It is impossible for someone to climb over the wall to enter from this side. Behind the house is the Luo River adjacent to Tianjin Bridge. That place is also not suitable for sneaking. As for the rest," Yang Fan said, "that it can only be this right side. The only possibility is that he climbed over the wall to enter from Tiangong Temple." Di Renjia nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go to Tiangong Temple to take a look." Di Renjia and his group walked out of the alley and went around to Tiangong Temple. They saw that the Tiangong Temple was crowded with people entering but not exiting. Before they entered the door, they heard a buzz. Di Renjia could not help but ask, "What day is it today? Is there a big ceremony in the temple?" Shu Ashing said, "This lowly one will go and ask." Shu Ashing squeezed into the temple and ran out after a while. He reported to Di Renjia. "Ah Lang, the abbot of Tiangong Temple, is teaching the Great Cloud scripture to the believers." Di Renjia was a little surprised and said, "Oh, there are actually so many people coming to listen to the scripture?" Shu Ashung said, "I heard that everyone who came to listen to the scripture today will be rewarded with a liter of rice." Di Renjia suddenly understood and said to Yang Fan, "Let's go in and take a look." The group followed the crowd into Tiangong Temple. Zhang Shitong and the other guards were still surrounding Di Renjia. They saw that on the high steps in front of the Mahavira Hall, an old monk wearing a red kasaya was sitting solemnly on the altar. In front of the altar, there was a cauldron-style, four-legged censer with countless sandalwood incense sticks as thick as an arm. The incense curled around the altar, making it look like a looming heavenly palace. The abbot of Tiangong Temple, Master Yuan Shu, was sitting on the altar and chanting Sanskrit. He mumbled something that no one knew what he was saying. After a long while, he stopped and picked up his bowl to drink some water. A young novice monk at the side said loudly, be quiet, listen to the abbot's explanation." Abbot Yuan Shu put down his bowl, coughed, and said, "The revered one of the world has said, 'I have reached nirvana, and now have temporarily heard the great nirvana scripture from that Buddha. Because of fate, I have obtained the heavenly body today. It is worth it for me to come out and hear the profound meaning. Giving up the heavenly form is to use the female body as the kingdom's territory. At that time, all the ministers will worship thee as the heir of the king. Since the female has inherited the righteousness, her prestige will rule the world. All the lands in Jambu Kingdom will be worshipped, and no one will refuse." The revered one of the world's words means that after Buddha has reached nirvana, this personal disciple will descend to the human world and rule the human world on behalf of Buddha as a woman. All the ministers, all the people in the world, and all the barbarians should surrender to her. We all know, after Buddha has reached nirvana, which Buddha will rule the Buddhist kingdom. The believers who were listening to the scripture below the stage were all talking at once, and someone answered, "It's the future Buddha. It's the Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha is the future Buddha." Abbot Yuan Shu smiled and said, "Yes, it's the Maitreya Buddha, and this female empress who descended to the human world to rule the human world is the incarnation of the Maitreya Buddha in the human world." At this point, some of the benefactors with the root of wisdom must have already thought of it. Yes, from today onwards, she will be the incarnation of the Maitreya Buddha in the human world and will rule the human world under the revered one of the world's orders. If the empress becomes the empress, the world will be at peace and all suffering can be removed. Di Renjia stood in the crowd, shook his head secretly, and sighed softly. Di Renjia had naturally seen through Wu Zetian's intention to become the empress. Di Renjia had a very contradictory mentality towards Wu Zetian. Di Renjia was loyal to the Tang dynasty, but his loyalty was not to Li Tang's family, but to the entire Tang dynasty. Therefore, he did not reject Wu Zetian becoming the empress. From Di Renjia's point of view, it did not matter who the empress was. What was important was that the country was still stable and strong, and that the millions of people in the country could live peacefully. Currently, there was indeed no one more capable than Empress Wu to rule this huge empire. However, he also clearly understood that for thousands of years, it had been men ruling the country. Empress Wu becoming the empress would be more of a hindrance than men changing dynasties. Therefore, it would be the best choice for her to control the power as the Empress Dowager. Once she wanted to become the empress, she would inevitably have to carry out massacres, which would inevitably cause great losses to the country. From his personal point of view, he was loyal to this country, and also admired Empress Wu's boldness. Therefore, he was loyal to Empress Wu as a person. He supported Empress Wu to rule this country, but the country was already under Empress Wu's rule. He did not approve of Empress Wu's insistence on fighting for the title of empress and the series of methods she had used. At the same time, he knew that Empress Wu was already old. Once Empress Wu passed away, this country would eventually return to the hands of Li Tang's royal family. If the Wu family inherited this country, it would definitely cause greater unrest in this country. The reason was that there was no outstanding person among the Wu family's descendants who could be the ruler of a country. On the other hand, Li Tang had already gone through 3 generations of emperors, and his rule over the Tang dynasty was deeply rooted. This kind of influence was not something that Empress Wu, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, could erase after just a few years of being the empress. No matter how ruthlessly she massacred, it was impossible unless she was given 30 to 50 years to rule this country and at least 10 years to raise an heir. But could she live that long? Di Renjia sighed softly. He suddenly remembered the banquet held by Princess Taiping a few days ago and couldn't help but think, the royal family of Li Tang is not thriving, and those who wanted to revive the royal family were all killed by the empress. But as the empress' most beloved daughter, Princess Taiping is not regarded as a threat by the empress. This is the darkness under the lamp. The crown prince and the prince of Luling are cowardly and mediocre, and neither of them are great talents. Among the many members of Li Tang's royal family, only this Princess Taiping is capable. Taiping has invited this old man to a banquet, and all the ministers have come to accompany her. It seems that she intends to get involved in court politics. This is a great thing. In order to obtain the throne, Empress Wu has no choice but to rely on the Wu family. In Taiping's struggle for power, she can only rely on the members of Li Tang's royal family. In this way, she has to do her best to protect the members of Li Tang's royal family. Then, there will be a glimmer of hope for the revival of the Li family. Thinking of this, Di Renjie inwardly nodded and made up his mind. Chapter 191. At this time, Abbot Yuan Shu had already explained the meaning of Empress Wu becoming the empress according to Di Yunjing Shu. Behind an incense burner table in the side room, a person suddenly stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs. The empress becoming the empress is an irresistible trend, following the will of heaven and the will of the people. Everyone, if you agree with the empress becoming the empress, please come here and sign your name. After you sign your name, you can take a liter of rice home. As soon as the man finished speaking, 2 shirtless men behind him carried a rice bucket and placed it next to the incense burner table. They put their hands on their hips and looked at the common people below the steps. A few other men carried bags of rice on their shoulders and poured the rice into the bucket. In a short while, the shining white rice had sprung up. When the people saw this, they all rushed forward. Someone anxiously shouted, "I don't know how to read. What should I do? I also want to sign my name. I also want to agree with the empress becoming the empress." That person's face lit up with joy. With one hand holding the blank booklet and the other holding the inkstone, he shouted, "If you don't know how to sign, just put your fingerprint. Come, come, come. After you put your fingerprint, you can get the rice." Di Renjia frowned again and said in surprise, "Imperial Censor Fu Yu E?" Yang Fan was beside Di Renjia. When he heard this person's identity, he couldn't help but take a look at that person. If he had chosen to persuade in order to obtain the throne, then the person standing there now would be him, right? This Fu Yui was not very old, only in his early 30s. He wore a round collared robe with wide sleeves and a soft hat. He was dressed like a scholar, and his facial features were regular, giving him a good appearance. He shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement. After all, there were not many people who did not bow down for 5 buckets of rice. Who cares who becomes the empress? Only a fool would not do such a thing if they put their fingerprint on a liter of rice. The people eagerly came forward. Some of the people who did not hear the news beforehand and came to the temple to pray today were glad that they encountered such a good thing. They all rushed forward and put their fingerprint on Fu Yu E. Then, they used their lapels to carry a liter of rice and left happily. Di Renjia glanced at Fu Yui in disdain and said to Yang Fan, "Let's go." The group left the altar and went around the side of the hall of great strength to the front of the second hall, and then continued forward. Along the way, Di Renjia observed his surroundings. Yang Fan accompanied him calmly. He had also heard that when Di Renjia was in charge of the Supreme Court, He handled thousands of unsolved cases in a year, and no one complained. He knew that Drunken was a master of torture, but as long as he was not a god who could connect with yin and yang and could capture Shinka Miao's soul for questioning, Yang Fan was confident that he would not be traced back to him. Even if Drunken suspected him and had the ability to eliminate the obstacles from Shui Huai, investigate his experience in Luoyang, and confirm that he was the murderer, he would not have a trace of evidence unless he continued to investigate and sent someone to Jiaoji to find out his origin and confirm that there was no such person as Yang Fan there. But it was not easy to do this. Drunken was a third-rank official of the imperial court. At the critical moment when the empress was about to ascend the throne, would he put his energy into investigating this criminal case? Not to mention other things, just rescuing He Yichangji would involve most of Drunken's energy. How could this old man have the leisure? Drunken walked all the way back. When he walked near the sutra depository, he looked around and pointed to the high temple wall on the left. He said, Tiangong Temple is full of incense, and people come and go. With such a high wall, if he wanted to climb over without being discovered, then this is the most likely path. Yang Fan looked around and nodded in agreement. Yes, if someone really forced Miao Shunka to commit suicide, and this person appeared in broad daylight, then this is the most likely place. He pointed to the gap between the sutra depository and the temple wall and said, although there are fewer tourists here, it is not to the extent that there is no one. If I were the murderer, I would pretend to relieve myself and choose to climb up from that gap. Drunken nodded and pondered for a moment while stroking his beard. He glanced at Yang Fan and said, you said that if this person appeared in broad daylight, then this is the most likely place. That is to say, there is also the possibility of him appearing at night? Yang Fan said, although Luojing has a curfew and people are not allowed to go on the streets at night, this ban is not a problem for those who can fly over eaves and vault over walls. People with good skills can naturally visit at night. Drunken's white eyebrows slightly wrinkled and said slowly, if that person sneaked into the Miao family at night, then it is even more impossible to find. But he turned his head and looked at the temple wall that was nearly 3 feet high. He smiled and said with certainty, if such a person really exists, he must have sneaked in broad daylight. Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly pretended to be puzzled. He asked, Uncle, why do you think so? Drunken narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. Because Miao Shunka hanged himself in the afternoon. If someone sneaked in the middle of the night, then the time should be the night before. If Miao Shunka wanted to commit suicide because of this, it is impossible for his family to not have any abnormalities when he woke up in the morning. He also would not have left no words for his family. Drunken pondered and said, I have asked his disciple, Du Xian. That day, Miao Shunka did not have any abnormalities and taught him calligraphy, as usual. He even wanted to drink tea. This does not seem like a person who wants to die. Therefore, that person should have sneaked in the afternoon and met Miao Shunka when Du Xian left a brew tea for Miao Shunka. Yang Fan calmly walked over and stretched out his hand to pat the sturdy high wall. He looked up at the top of the wall that was more than 3 feet high and nodded. What Master D said makes a lot of sense. Drunken said, after Miao Shunka's death, the news was reported to the palace. The empress had sent a servant to carefully examine his body. There was not even a scratch or bruise on his body. There were no signs of a struggle. During the process, he was also not drugged to cause his death or coma. Therefore, this hanging himself is very likely that he walked onto the noose of his own accord. The person who came could make him take the initiative to die with just a few words. Drunken took a deep breath and put his hands behind his back. He slowly walked onto the high wall. After a round of investigation in the Miao family, Drunken also believed that Miao Shunka did not hang himself of his own accord. Logically speaking, it was the empress who issued a secret edict to force him to commit suicide. This was the most reasonable explanation. However, the empress had already admitted that she did not kill him. Empress Wu did not have any reason to hide this. Therefore, this case would not be easy to handle because no useful evidence could be found at the scene. They could only deduce from the scene that the murderer was familiar with the Miao family's residence and was agile. The experienced servant had already examined Miao Shinka's body. From the constriction marks, he did not fake the scene of hanging himself after being strangled to death. He was indeed hanged to death. To make Miao Shinka willingly take the initiative to die, the murderer either knew Miao Shinka's current situation and faked the Empress edict to force him to commit suicide, or had enough reason to make Miao Shinka believe that since he had come, even if Miao Shinka did not want to commit suicide, he would undoubtedly die. But in this case, the scope was endless. It was possible that the murderer was trying to figure out the Emperor's will to cater to the killing. It was also possible that the murderer had a personal grudge against Miao Shinka. If it was a personal grudge, it would be even harder to investigate. Miao Shinka had been Empress Wu's confidant for so many years. Many secrets that could not be divulged were planned and executed by him. If he did not know these secrets, he would not be able to identify the suspect. If he wanted to know these secrets, he had to ask Empress Wu herself. Could he ask Empress Wu how many people she had secretly punished over the years? Could Empress Wu tell him these things? Perhaps even Empress Wu herself had forgotten how many people she had killed. Miao Shinka was dead. The person who was most concerned about the cause of his death was probably the Empress. But the biggest obstacle to investigating this case was also the Empress. Di Renjia smiled bitterly and said to Yang Fan, "Nephew, leave 2 people here. After the abbot of the Heavenly Palace Temple finishes his lecture, ask him if there have been any unusual people entering and leaving the Heavenly Palace Temple recently, especially on the day Miao Shinka committed suicide. Ask if anyone saw any unusual people near the Sutras Depository. Although the chances are slim, it is still appropriate to ask." Yang Fan quickly agreed and turned to Zhang Shitong. Brother Zhang Shitong did not wait for him to finish and said, I understand. Zhang Qi, Tianyin, you 2 stay here. After the abbot of the Heavenly Palace Temple finishes his lecture, you 2 can interrogate him." The 2 strong soldiers responded and retreated to the side. Di Renjia looked around again, then walked out. Yang Fan accompanied Di Renjia out. After walking out of the noisy Heavenly Palace Temple, he glanced at Di Renjia's back and quickly caught up with him. He asked, "Uncle, what should we do with this case?" Di Renjia put his hands behind his back and looked at the palace. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Nephew, what do you think?" Yang Fan said, "This case is full of doubts. There must be something fishy about it." Di Renjia said, "Yes, but this case is full of clues, and we still don't have a clue. If you want to peel the silk from the cocoon, you have to go back to the source, and this source is difficult. Difficult. Very difficult." Di Renjia shook his head. The group silently crossed the Tianjin Bridge and returned to the front of the palace. Di Renjia said, He Changji has been escorted back to the capital. At this moment, he is either in the Luoyang Prefecture or the Ministry of Justice. Nephew, send a quick brother to the Luoyang Prefecture to find out. We will go directly to the Ministry of Justice and see where he is now. I want to see him." As soon as Yang Fan turned around, Zhang Shitong said with a smile, I understand. You Ziqing, go to the Luoyang Prefecture. We will accompany Assistant Minister Di to the Ministry of Justice. If Heiqi Changji is being held in the Luoyang Prefecture, come back and report as soon as possible." Yu Ziqing agreed and rushed in the direction of the Luoyang Prefecture. The others followed Di Renjia to the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan whispered, "Uncle, the Minister of Justice is now Zhou Xing. This person, is it appropriate for you to intervene in his case?" Di Renjia said, "How could I not know that it would be better for me to consult the Empress first? It's just that if I don't know what crime Blacktooth Changji has been arrested for and what evidence he has, even if I ask the Empress, she will not allow me to intervene. Although it is not appropriate to see Heiqi Changji first, I believe that the Empress will not be suspicious of me because of this." Yang Fan hesitated. "Uncle, I mean Minister Zhou." "Oh," Di Renjia smiled and said, "You mean Zhou Xing?" Zhou Xing is a kind person and easy to talk to. Moreover, when this old man was in charge of the Supreme Court back then, he was a small official under this old man. This little bit of face, he will definitely give this old man. Zhou Xing, one of the four most ruthless officials of the Tang dynasty, whose cruelty could make children stop crying, was actually kind and easy to talk to? Yang Fan could not believe his ears. Di Renjia winked at him and said with a mischievous smile, "You have not interacted with Zhou Xing before, have you? If you do not believe this old man, you can see for yourself later. Hee, as long as you have not fallen into his hands, he will definitely be polite to you." Chapter 192. The Ministry of Justice's yamen was the same as other yamens. There were only 4 bailiffs standing guard at the entrance. However, upon arriving here, one would naturally feel a different vibe from other yamens. It was a somber atmosphere. Although it sounded mysterious, this kind of atmosphere was definitely there. However, while this kind of atmosphere could make the commoners cower, it could not affect a person like Di Renjia. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Justice's yamen, without waiting for him to say anything, Yang Fan walked up and informed the bailiff of Di Renjia's identity. One of the bailiffs immediately reported it to him. Not long after, a long laugh could be heard from within the yamen. An extremely amiable voice said, "Haha, I heard magpies chirping early in the morning. So it is Master Di who has graced us with your presence." Di Renjia winked at Yang Fan. With a light shake of his robes, he stepped forward to welcome the visitor. Following the voice, the refined and elegant Zhou Xing stepped over the threshold with a radiant smile. Just as Di Renjia walked up the steps and was about to bow, Zhou Xing held him up and said with a face full of smiles, "Ayaya, Master Di, what are you doing? Can you not be so courteous? Aren't you trying to kill me?" Di Renjia smiled and said, "I am an assistant minister and a minister. There's a difference of 1 rank between us. It is only right for me to bow when we meet." Zhou Xing replied humbly, "Hey, what are you talking about, Grandmaster Di? I'm a junior. Back when I was working for Grandmaster Di, I received a lot of pointers and teachings from him. In front of Grandmaster Di, I'll always be a junior. How would I dare to be arrogant? Master Di, please come in quickly. What instructions do you have for me today?" As Zhou Xing spoke, he very naturally held onto Di Renjia's arm and helped him into the yamen. He was exceptionally careful as he ascended and descended the steps and crossed the threshold. His attentive manner was that of a person who was extremely respectful to his elders. His expression and actions were definitely not pretentious at all. If not for his fierce reputation, no one would believe that this person was Zhou Xing. Di Renjia allowed Zhou Xing to support him. As they walked into the yamen, he said, "Minister Zhou, I really have a favor to ask of you today." Zhou Xing hurriedly replied, "You're being too polite, Master Di. If you need anything, you could just send someone over to let me know. How could I trouble you? I wonder what Master Di needs. Feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely do it." Di Renjia said, This is really a piece of cake for you, Minister Zhou. I don't know if the Duke of Yan is currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison or in Luoyang Prefecture. No matter where he is, he's under your control, Minister Zhou. I would like to see him. Minister Zhou, are you willing to help me with this?" Hearing this, Zhou Xing couldn't help but exclaim. He stopped in his tracks and asked, "Master, Di wants to see Heya Changji?" "That's right." Di Renjia also stopped. He was still smiling, but his eyes were very sharp. He stared at him and asked, "How is it?" Zhou Xing's slightly startled expression quickly disappeared. He sighed sadly and said, "Although it's against the law to have a private meeting, since Master Di has asked, there's no reason for me to refuse." "It's just that." Di Renjia's expression tensed up. He pressed on, "It's just that what?" Zhou Xing sighed again and said, "It's just that this Heya Changji, I'm afraid that even if Master Di were to see him, it would be useless." Di Renjia's heart immediately tightened. He asked in a deep voice, "Minister, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Xing said regretfully, "Someone reported that Heya Changji had rebelled, and the Empress issued an edict to bring him back to Luoyang for trial. I was still thinking that since Heya Changji has always been loyal to the imperial court, who knows if it might be a false accusation. I was planning to properly investigate the case. If he was really wronged, I might be able to clear his name. Who knew that he would actually hang himself right after being sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison? This person really can't take things too seriously." Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He Yichangji was a great general of the border who commanded tens of thousands of troops, a dignified duke, and had been escorted all the way to the capital without seeking death. Just after entering the Ministry of Justice's prison, he actually committed suicide? Such a serious criminal, under the strict supervision of the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison, had actually committed suicide? Zhou Xing shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Di Renjia stopped in his tracks and raised his head. Gazing at the dusk sky, he let out a long sigh. "Thank you, Brother Cha." Duo gratefully thanked a messenger from Luoyang Prefecture. She then asked, "May I ask where this Ministry of Justice Yamen is located?" Seeing her handsome eyebrows, large eyes, and pretty and adorable appearance, the messenger's temper also became especially gentle. After giving her a few more pointers, Duo finally took her leave. Duoduo's wife was a Turkic. She had a foreigner named Aiguli. Because of the civil war between the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, she had lost her family and clansmen. After experiencing many hardships, she escaped to White River. She had even been raped and had a miscarriage. Later on, she was taken in as a concubine by He Yichangji. After gradually gaining favor, she was made a concubine. He Yichangji even gave her a Han nickname, Chunyo. Duo was the daughter of an old soldier who had died on the battlefield. She also had Turkic blood, but because of the mixed blood of the common people in the border area, it wasn't so obvious. He Yichangji pitted her loneliness and adopted her at a young age. Although she was only a maid, he treated her as his adopted daughter. After Chunyo married into his family, Duo had always served her. The two of them were like sisters. When He Yichangji was arrested, Duo was accompanying Chunyo to the shaman's place to pray for the child in her belly. He Yichangji and his other family members were all arrested. After He Yichangji was arrested on the charge of rebellion, the deputy commander of the Heiyuan army, Lu Shida, secretly instructed Madame Chun to bring all the evidence to Luoyang to seek justice from Di Renjia. Lu Shida was also a famous general of the Tang dynasty. He had fought against the Tubo Empire and won 8 battles. He Yichangji was the deputy commander of the Heiyuan army. He was in charge of farming. The Heiyuan army opened up 5,000 hectares of farmland and became self-sufficient in food. Thus, the border army was not affected by the political turmoil of the court and could still maintain a strong military force to intimidate others. Lu Shida could be said to have made great contributions. Lu Shida knew He Yichangji very well. He knew that this comrade was loyal to the Tang dynasty and had no intention of rebelling. That was why he took the risk to remind Madame Chun. Di Renjia had seen countless talents in his life, but there were times when he made a mistake. Although he and Lu Shida were both loyal and capable officials of the Tang dynasty, Di Renjia had always disliked Lu Shida, probably because of his temperament. Although the two were of the same age, the generous Lu Shida was like a tolerant elder brother. He never felt disobedient and especially admired Di Renjia's talent. Di Renjia had offended Prime Minister Zhang Guangfu over the distribution of the spoils of war. When he was demoted to Jiangnan, Lu Shida had written to Empress Wu many times to complain about Di Renjia's injustice. Now that He Yichangji was in trouble, Lu Shida believed that the only way to save him was to seek help from the resourceful Di Renjia. Therefore, he secretly instructed Madame Chun to go to the capital to find Di Renjia. Chun Niuer had a big belly. Accompanied by her good sister Duo, she traveled a long distance and secretly followed her husband all the way to the capital. At this time, she was about to give birth. Duo accompanied her to a rented house and fed her some hot porridge. Seeing that her labor pain was gradually disappearing, Duo let out a sigh of relief. Chun Niuer was worried about her husband. She had just recovered, so she urged Duo to inquire about her husband's whereabouts and find Di Renjia's house to complain about her injustice. Duo inquired along the way and found the yamen of Luoyang's prefectural magistrate. When she learned that the general had been escorted to the Ministry of Justice, she hurried there. When Duo arrived at the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xing had just seen Di Renjia off. Looking at Di Renjia's receding figure, Zhou Xing laughed coldly and returned to the yamen with a wave of his sleeve. At this time, Duo happened to come over and asked the yamen runner who was guarding the gate for news of He Yichangji. Zhou Xing had just returned to his office, but before he could sit down, a trusted subordinate quickly walked in. With a secretive expression, he said, "Minister, just now at the yamen's gate, I saw a woman asking about He Yichangji's whereabouts." This person was one of Zhou Xing's trusted subordinates. His name was Yuan Chaoyan, and his position was not high. He was only a manager of the Ministry of Justice's yamen, so whenever he had the chance, he would do his best to curry favor with Zhou Xing. He often showed his face in front of his superiors. Whenever there was an opportunity for promotion, his superiors would easily think of him. When Zhou Xing heard that it was a woman asking about He Yichangji's whereabouts, he immediately became suspicious. He Yichangji had just been escorted to the capital, so not many people knew about him. Even if some old acquaintances wanted to visit him or ask about him, it should be a man. Why was it a woman? This woman was probably not related to He Yichangji, so it was very likely that she had followed him to the capital. If she was only He Yichangji's relative or his woman, and had followed him to the capital out of concern for his safety, then it was not a big deal. But he was afraid that Zhou Xing was alarmed. He immediately asked, "What kind of woman?" Yuan Chaoyan replied, "She is young and very pretty. However, she was dressed in Hu attire and looked travel-worn. Her skin was slightly tanned and her accent did not sound like a native of Luoyang." Zhou Xing's eyes immediately narrowed like a cat that had spotted a mouse. He pressed, "Where is she now?" Yuan Chaoyan said, as if he was presenting a treasure, "I saw her asking about He Yichangji's whereabouts at the yamen's gate." Zhou Xing could not contain his anger. He gave Yuan Chaoyan a resounding slap and scolded, "Bastard! Number one idiot in the world. I'm asking you, where is she now?" Yuan Chaoyan did not understand why Zhou Xing was so angry. Clutching his face, he stammered, Probably still at the yamen's gate." Zhou Xing sent a flying kick at Yuan Chaoyan. Not daring to dodge, Yuan Chaoyan staggered. Zhou Xing roared, "Get out! Capture that woman and bring her into the residence." Yuan Chaoyan was scared out of his wits. He could not understand how his flattery had backfired. He hurriedly ran out, but by the time he reached the yamen's gate, the young woman had already disappeared. Yuan Chaoyan hurriedly asked the yamen runner who was guarding the gate. Yuan Chaoyan was usually a bootlicker and bully, so he had very poor relations with others. Although the yamen runner did not dare to hide anything from him, he could not be bothered to explain in detail either. He casually pointed forward, and Yuan Chaoyan was like a dog that had seen its owner throw a bone at it, happily giving chase. Chapter 193. Duo was shocked to learn that Ah Lang had committed suicide from the mouth of the Ministry of Justice Yamen. She did not believe that Ah Lang would commit suicide. Commanding an army of 100,000, his name shaking the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate. Such an awe-inspiring, great general, enduring all the trials and tribulations along the way, had actually committed suicide right after he was imprisoned? With tears in her eyes, Duo hurried back. She wanted to tell Madame this unfortunate news, so she walked very quickly. Yuan Chaoyan chased her to the busy street, only to see people coming and going, bustling with activity. How could he find a woman dressed in Hu clothes? In the Tang dynasty, it was popular to wear Hu clothes outside, and the streets were filled with women in Hu clothes. Helpless, Yuan Chaoyan dejectedly returned to the Ministry of Justice and paced back and forth, not daring to see Zhou Xing for fear that he would be scolded again. After pacing around for a long time, he saw the imperial bodyguard still standing at the entrance of the yamen. His heart thumping, he asked him, "What did that woman ask all of you about?" When he heard what Miss Duo asked, he was instantly overjoyed. Feeling that he had something to boast about to Zhou Xing, he dared to seek an audience with Zhou Xing. When Yuan Chaoyan saw Zhou Xing, he timidly told him that the woman had disappeared without a trace. Before Zhou Xing could get angry, Yuan Chaoyan immediately flattered him by saying that he had heard that the woman had asked the yamen runners about Di Renji's residence. Zhou Xing was infuriated when he heard it and gave Yuan Chaoyan another slap. The force was so strong that even a few of Yuan Chaoyun's teeth fell out. Zhou Xing could not be bothered with this idiot and kicked him away. He began to think urgently. Why did she look for Di Renjia? Is it just to save someone? The plot to frame He Qi Changji is full of loopholes. If she has any evidence, no, I must find her. This matter concerns the ownership of 100,000 border soldiers. This force must be in the hands of Minister Wu. Only then will we have more confidence in the fight for Crown Prince. You go, this lowly one is here. Before Zhou Xing could finish, Yuan Chaoyun hurried over. With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, he squeezed out a flattering smile. It looked a little creepy. Zhou Xing thought for a moment and waved his hand. Get out. Yuan Chaoyun's smile froze on his face. He didn't even dare to let out a fart. He quickly ran out with his legs tucked between his legs. Zhou Xing shook his head lightly and thought to himself, this won't do. Black-toothed Changji gang has just died, and there's no guarantee that there won't be someone keeping an eye on the Ministry of Justice. Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice is the place where investigations are conducted, and there's a limit to the number of officers we have. We won't be able to investigate this woman. I'll have to report this matter to Minister Wu and have him send someone to investigate. In front of the palace, Di Renjia stopped in his tracks and said to Yang Fan, when Guang Yuan returns home one day, why don't you come to my place for a gathering? Let's have some fun together. Junior obeys. Yang Fan bowed deeply. Di Renjia stroked his beard and said, regarding Shinka Miao's matter, wait for your two companions to find out the truth, then combine it with the documents sent to me by the Luoyang Prefecture and analyze them one by one before continuing the investigation. This case is complicated and confusing. It is not something that can be solved in a short period of time. Yang Fan responded again. Di Renjia glanced in the direction of the Ministry of Justice and sighed sadly. The light of the setting sun dragged his shadow for a very, very long time. The Di family's coachman drove an ox cart over from afar. Di Renjia stepped onto the cart and waved to Yang Fan with a heavy heart. The cart creaked as it left the palace. Compared to Shinka Miao's death, Di Renjia was more concerned about the situation in Longyu after Black-Toothed Chang's death. Shinka Miao's death was only a matter of one family. But the person who would take over the position of Qing Yuan Taoist secretary after Black-Toothed Chang's death was a matter that concerned the safety of the country. Tubo had contacted the Eastern Turks many times to invade Heshi, and Heshi was the barrier of Guangzhou. Guangzhou was the foundation of the Tang dynasty. The sudden loss of a wise commander-in-chief was a great blow to the morale of the army. If a mediocre person were to take over, the situation in the western regions would be out of control. Because of this important position could not fall into the hands of a mediocre person and become a tool for internal strife. But after he returned to the capital, he temporarily stayed at home to recuperate. Even if he was still in court, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of War with his status as the assistant minister. What should he do? The ox cart slowly traveled. When it passed by Shangshan Workshop, Di Renjia looked through the window at the tall and majestic building of Princess Taiping's residence in the distance. His heart suddenly moved. Since Taiping intends to interfere in court politics, then let's start by seizing the military power in Longyu. The military power in Longyu must be in the hands of a reliable person. We must not open the door to the western regions because of the struggle for the throne. Shamu must also help this old man. These aristocratic families are incomparably strong in court and in the wilderness. We cannot let that little fox stay out of this. The ox cart traveled from north to south across Luoyang City. Di Renjia sat in the cart, and along the way, he had already made a detailed deduction and arrangement for the military arrangements in Longyu after the death of He Qi-chang. And the military arrangements in Longyu would inevitably involve the political struggle in the court. He also had a plan for the few big and complicated forces in the court. Yang Fan naturally did not think that High Duke Di had already thought so far ahead. But he also knew that Di Renjia valued the death of He Qi-chang far more than the death of Miao Shinka. Looking at him, it seemed that he did not want to let this matter go. Yang Fan could not help but secretly rejoice. Old Man Di was really not simple. Today, he only walked around and took a look at the Miaoshenka, but he had almost guessed the entire process of him sneaking into the Miaoshenka and forcing Miaoshenka to commit suicide. This person was really too scary. If he were to go all out to investigate, it was really hard to say whether the clues would lead to him. Fortunately, the case of He Chi Chong had attracted Di Renjia's attention. This old man was much more interested in He Chi Chong than Miaoshenka. Yang Fan calculated along the way and returned to the palace with Zhang Shitong and the others. He reported to the brigade, Marshal Su Liang, and returned to Jiaqing to rest. In the evening, Yang Fan had finished his dinner and was chatting with Zhang Shitong and the others outside the barracks. Suddenly, he saw a few people walking in the distance. They were all dressed in short clothes and had graceful figures. When they walked, they were like willows swaying in the wind. It was very moving. When he looked carefully, it was Xie Xiaoman, Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a few other internal guards. Yang Fan stood up and went forward. When Lan Yiqing saw him from afar, a smile appeared on her round apple face. She said excitedly, "Big brother Yang." Yang Fan smiled and gestured to her. He said to Xie Xiaoman, "Xie to wait so late. Where are you going?" Xie Xiaoman said, "There's an important case. Great General Wu Yuyi ordered us to go out of the palace to help investigate." When Yang Fan heard this, it was not appropriate for him to ask more. He said, "I see. Be careful." Xie Xiaoman glanced at him and could feel his sincere concern. She could not help but smile sweetly. When Gao Ying saw Yang Fan's condescending attitude and how he only cared about Xie Xiaoman, she couldn't help but feel a bit sour in her heart. She left Yang Fan's side, but after walking a short distance, Gao Ying coughed and said to Xie Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, you also know that Yang Fan is now on good terms with that person." "Yes, what's wrong? If you want to take his love away, you might hurt yourself. Some people can't be touched." Xie Xiaoman was angry and embarrassed. She said, "You really? How can there be such a thing? He and I are brothers. Okay?" Gao Ying said quietly, "Can a man and a woman be brothers? If you are brothers with him, then you and I are husband and wife." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said in a man's voice, "Wife, don't say too much. I know what to do." Gao Ying. Yang Fan watched as Xie Xiaoman and her valiant army of women left. He was about to turn back when Huang Xuchong suddenly came from afar and shouted, "Inform all the brothers who are not on duty today to come to Xianwu Gate immediately. The great general has an important matter for you." After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Fan, Zhang Shitong, and the rest appeared at Xianwu Gate. Wu Yi said to them solemnly, "There's a big case. A few Turkic spies have infiltrated Luo Jing and have stolen detailed information about our military deployment and weapons. They are preparing to escape back to the Turkic Khaganate. If this information is obtained by the Turkic Khaganate, our Longyu army will suffer heavy losses." The soldiers were shocked when they heard this. Wu Yi continued, "This case is of great importance. I have already sent the inner guards to investigate these spies. Due to the lack of manpower, I have transferred all of you as well. Remember, if you find the Turkic spies, kill them on the spot. But you must bring back the important information they are carrying." Su Yang added, "After you leave the palace, there will be people to receive you. They are two young Turkic women. They have information about the Tang dynasty's military deployment in Longyu. Since the Tang dynasty is negotiating peace with the Turkic Khaganate, this kind of private confrontation should not be made public. So once you catch the two spies, kill them immediately and retrieve the bag. That will be considered a great merit." Wu Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the 100 cavalry guards and finally landed on Yang Fan's face. In a deep voice, he said, "The palace had previously sent internal guards to track the whereabouts of these two female spies. They had already found their residence, but for some unknown reason, the information was leaked and they were a step too late. They escaped. Now the inner guards are searching everywhere. Due to the lack of manpower, I have gathered all of you. They escaped from Daoguang Market. It's getting late, and the curfew will be implemented soon. So the two women can't have gone too far. So your search area will be near Daoguang Market. Whoever can find them, kill them, and retrieve the bag. I will promote him to brigade marshal." The soldiers were invigorated when they heard this reward. The city gate tower was instantly filled with murderous intent. Wu Yi nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand, saying, "Military orders must be obeyed. Execute it immediately." A series of footsteps carrying a murderous aura quickly left the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. More than 50 cavalrymen walked out from the deep and strong city gate hole. It was already nighttime, and they were the last batch of people to leave the Imperial Palace. The palace gates slowly closed behind them, cutting off the last ray of sunset. Chapter 194. The reward of capturing a Turkic spy and immediately being promoted to a brigade commander made every guard fervent. When they arrived at the Daguang market, they immediately split up and began their search. Perhaps it was because the reward Wu Yi had promised was too great, but there was only one position for a brigade commander. If the two of them managed to capture the assassin at the same time, who would get the credit? Even if it was spread out, it was still not worth it for each person to fish up an entire team. Thus, as the search area expanded, the guards began to quietly distance themselves from their companions and search in different directions. Each of them believed that luck would be on their side. "Halt! Who's there?" It was already past the curfew time. Two patrolling officials carrying lanterns walked over from afar. Suddenly, seeing Yang Fan holding a steel saber in his hand, they couldn't help but nervously reach for the saber at their waist. When they saw clearly that Yang Fan was wearing the attire of an Imperial Guard, they couldn't help but be startled. Yang Fan waved his token at them, and the two cautiously approached. After identifying Yang Fan's token, they hurriedly bowed and left. "Strange. What happened today? I encountered 3 Imperial Army Guards on the way here. What's so strange about running into Imperial Army Guards?" Lu Seer and the other two even ran into people from the internal guards. "Something big must have happened. Be careful when patrolling." The two patrolling officials quietly whispered in each other's ears as they left. Yang Fan's brow furrowed as he stood on the street. Scanning the quiet night, he began to ponder the possible locations of the 2 Turkic spies. Once important information, such as military deployment and weaponry, was grasped by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, if the enemy were to grasp this information, it would be very difficult to change it. Could the entire army be changed? The number of soldiers stationed there was closely related to the strategic intentions of the army, as well as the geography. It wasn't something that could be changed at will. The weapons of the army were also closely related to their daily training. How would they be changed at will? How much combat power would they be able to display if they were to change? Fortresses built over many years were built according to the number of troops needed to be stationed, the role they played in the war, and the geographical location of the military. Once the troops and weapons were changed, they would lose most of their functions. And building a new fortress, not to mention the huge expenditure of money and resources, even if one wanted to build one, it would not be done in a day. The Turks and Tubo armies by the borders were no weaker than the Tang dynasty. Due to the instability of the Tang dynasty, their current power was even greater than that of the Tang dynasty. Under these circumstances, if this intelligence really fell into the hands of the Turks and allowed them to know the Tang dynasty's military deployment and Longyu like the back of their hands, the results could be easily imagined. Thus, Yang Fan did everything he could to find the 2 Turkic spies. In particular, once he caught 2 spies, he would be promoted to the rank of brigade marshal. This temptation was equally significant to Yang Fan. He stood at the end of the street and thought hard. Where can these 2 spies escape to? In a granary in Tsang City, Duo walked around Chun-Yer with a lantern in her hand. She was so anxious that her face was covered in sweat. She cried, "Madam, how are you? What should we do?" Chun-Yer lay on the ground. Her face was covered in beads of sweat. She rubbed her bulging belly and said in pain, "I can't do it anymore. I'm afraid I'm about to give birth." Song City was located in the northeast corner of the imperial city. It was a large granary of Luoyang. The city was divided into 2 parts, the granary area and the administrative area. They were currently in an underground granary in the granary area. The granaries here were arranged in an orderly manner. Each granary was in the shape of an inverted trapezoid, with a large mouth and a small bottom. The walls were smooth and hard after being baked. The bottom was covered with wooden planks and was a certain distance from the ground to prevent moisture. The granary they were in was empty. Because of the frequent wars in the western region, coupled with the drought and flood disasters in several places that needed relief, a large amount of grain was transferred, so several granaries were empty. Now was the end of spring, and the new grain had not been harvested, so these empty granaries were idle, and there was no one to guard them. It was a coincidence that they were able to escape the pursuit of the inner guards. When the inner guards split up to search for their whereabouts, Duo and Chun-Yer, who had heard the news of her husband's death, hugged each other and cried bitterly. With great difficulty, they stopped crying and calmed Chun-Yer down. Duo wiped away her tears and went out to buy some food. At this moment, Lan Yiqing, the inner guard, was showing his waist token to a neighbor and asking for information about a woman with similar characteristics to Duo. Duo heard everything clearly from the food stall next door. She saw that the woman was wearing an official's robe and had a sharp blade at her waist. She felt that something was wrong. Fortunately, she didn't chase after them and continue to investigate. Otherwise, Lan Yiqing would have detected her. When Lan Yiqing asked the question, he didn't think that the person she was looking for was actually in the other shop behind them. Due to a freak combination of factors, Duo escaped this calamity. Duo rushed back to tell Chun-Yer, and Chun-Yer immediately sensed danger. She was the daughter of a large Turkic family, and she had followed Blacktooth Changji for several years. Her knowledge and experience were far greater than Duo's. She immediately asked Duo to pack up and helped her escape from the residence. By the time Lan Yiqing found out where they lived and came to investigate, the two had already escaped. Both master and servant fled in a panic. Because it was evening, all the shops had begun to close. The two of them felt danger when they saw people, so they fled to the edge of Song City. This place was already remote, and because the curfew was approaching, there were no pedestrians on the streets. It would be too conspicuous if they tried to escape to another shop. However, if they stayed on the streets, they would definitely be discovered by the night patrol. The two fled along Song City and found a dangerous wall. There was a triangular vertical wall built diagonally to block it. With no other choice, the woman who was about to give birth climbed up the wall and hid inside Song City. This way, the two were temporarily safe. However, Chun-Yer, who was about to give birth, had affected the fetus and unexpectedly went into premature labor. At this moment, a lot of amniotic fluid was already flowing out from her crotch. What should we do? What should we do? Duo, who had no experience in delivering babies, was so anxious that she ran around in circles. She found a lantern in the old guard's room above the warehouse, as well as a set of shabby military clothes. Thinking that it was a bit cold in Song City, she brought it with her to keep her mistress warm. However, as a girl, this was all she could do. Seeing her mistress in unbearable pain, she could only run around in circles helplessly. Unexpectedly, she found that her mistress was about to give birth. This made her anxious. Chun-Yer was a girl who grew up in a grassland tribe. Not only had she delivered cows and horses, but she had also served as the tribe's midwife's assistant several times out of curiosity. She had also given birth before, and although she had a miscarriage, she had far more experience in this area than Duo. She knew that after her long journey and emotional ups and downs, as well as climbing over the wall and shaking her body, she was about to give birth. However, she was not as flustered as Duo. Duo, go get some water. We need to boil some hot water for the child to use when it's born. Go, don't worry about me. You can't help me here anyway. Go and be careful. Oh, Duo wiped away her tears and looked at Chun-Yer in bewilderment. Gripping the dagger at her waist, she rushed out. Chun-Yer leaned against the wall and looked at her crotch. The amniotic fluid had already moistened the ground, and the pain in her abdomen was unbearable. However, there were still no signs that the child was about to be born. Clenching her teeth, she tore off a piece of cloth and bit it in her mouth. Using the method that the tribe's midwives had taught other women, she took short and rapid breaths. Enduring the intense pain, she exerted strength in her waist and abdomen, wanting to give birth. Her tribe had originally been a Sogdian, but ever since the Sui dynasty, their entire tribe had been assimilated into the Turks and brought under the rule of the Western Turks. During the civil war between the Eastern and Western Turks, their tribe had suffered great losses. In the chaos of war, she had been separated from her people, drifting all the way to the Tang-ruled White Water Stream city. It was Blacktooth Changji who had taken her in, given her a new life, and doted on her. He had allowed her to end her wandering days, and he had given her the generous and warm embrace of a man. Although Blacktooth Changji was an old man in his 60s and was much older than her, he was an eagle of the grasslands, a true hero who galloped on the battlefield and shook the western regions. The children of the grasslands worshipped heroes the most. She loved her husband and revered him even more, seeing him as the heavens. If possible, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life as long as she could protect him. Now, her husband had been wronged and had died with hatred in his heart. All she wanted now was to clear her husband's name and avenge him. She also wanted to give birth to her husband's flesh and blood. She could not let anything happen to this child. But she could not give birth. Chun-Yer pounded the ground in pain, enduring the tearing pain. Duo had not returned yet, and the silent cellar was empty. Only her heavy breathing and the occasional moan could be heard. The light only illuminated the area 3 feet in front of her, and everything else was hidden in darkness. She had a feeling that she had been abandoned by the whole world, and she was the only one left here. No, she wasn't alone. She still had a child that was connected to her by blood. However, she clearly felt that the child was falling hard and should be born soon, but she still couldn't welcome the sudden feeling of relief and hear the child's cries. The amniotic fluid and blood had already flowed all over the ground. She sat in a pool of blood, sweating and tears in her eyes, struggling bitterly. Chun-Yer struggled to sit up and reach her hand under her skirt. There was no one to help her, so she wanted to give birth to the child herself, so that her child could be safely born into this world. Her husband's death had already made her despair, and her child was now her only hope. She would rather die than let anything happen to her child. But when her trembling hand groped around her lower body, she could not help but let out a cry of despair. She felt one of her child's feet, a small foot that had already reached out of the opening of her uterus. The child was not born smoothly, but in this kind of environment, her child was not born smoothly. She remembered very clearly that the midwives in her clan had said that if the child was born in reverse, the biggest possibility was that both mother and child would die. The most experienced midwives would make their mothers suffer a great deal of pain. They would use every method they could think of to protect one of their mothers with a very small chance of success. However, the midwife was currently isolated and helpless. The amniotic fluid was almost gone. If this continued, the fetus would definitely die in the womb, and the child would suffocate. Duo, Chun-Yer cried out in despair. She was no longer afraid. She no longer worried that her voice would be heard by anyone. As long as she could see her child, even if she had to hold him in her arms, listen to his heartbeat, look at his appearance, and then immediately die, she was willing to do so. Duo. The echo echoed in the empty granary. Duo had not returned yet. Chun-Yer's eyes were blurred with tears. She cried in despair, and her fingers suddenly touched the hilt of the knife at her waist. Chapter 195. Yang Fan cautiously searched a few streets and finally used his Imperial Army token to open the door of the Daozhong Lane. Accompanied by Basho, they searched a few households that had rooms for rent. By the time he walked out of the Daozhong Lane, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, and it was already the 4th watch period. Yang Fan carried the lantern and wanted to give up on the night search. The 2 foreign women were indeed an obvious target, but Luoyang was simply too big. Fortunately, the 2 Turkic women had already closed the city gates when they escaped, and the bridges connecting the north and south cities were also heavily guarded. It was unlikely that they had escaped to the south city. In this case, as long as they were still in the north city, the search area would be much smaller. It was impossible to disturb and interrogate every household at night, so it would be better to search tomorrow morning. But when he reached the main street, he suddenly noticed a vertical wall on the high palace wall opposite him. It was a dangerous wall. Due to the collapse of the ground, the top of the wall was leaning outwards. It would be too expensive to repair the entire wall, so a vertical wall was built to support the wall. Yang Fan knew that Song City was behind this wall, and he couldn't help but have a thought. After he came to Luoyang, he carried a blood feud with him, and his enemies were all from the bureaucracy. He had expected that the process of revenge would be difficult, and he had thought about where to hide if his identity was exposed. Song City was one of his considerations. Would the two Turkic women think of this? Yang Fan thought, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He walked to the wall and raised his head to look at the vertical wall. The base of the wall only reached his waist, and above it was a sloping wall that could be easily climbed. Yang Fan threw the lantern on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. He moved the saber to the position where it was easiest to pull out and leaped onto the wall, walking up step by step. After he was transferred into the 100 Cavalry, the weapon he was equipped with was the saber. There were 4 types of sabers in the Tang army. The ceremonial saber was mainly used in various ceremonies. Although it was gorgeous, it was inferior to the other 3 sabers in actual combat. The Mo saber was a heavy weapon, and its shape was somewhat similar to a horse-slaying sword. It was extremely sharp on the battlefield, but it was cumbersome to use in the palace. The remaining 2 types of sabers were the horizontal saber and the ambush saber. The ambush saber was shorter than the horizontal saber, and it was the only saber among the 4 that had a curved arc. It was light and nimble, and it was convenient for close combat. At the same time, once it pierced into a person's body, it could cause a second injury to the enemy when it was pulled out. Thus, the saber that the 100 cavalrymen usually carried was the ambush saber. After Chunyu and Duo escaped into Song City, they did not run too far away. They were not familiar with this place. Moreover, when Duo slid down the wall to get Chunyu down, Chunyu paused for a moment. Her pregnancy was affected, so she could not run any further. They escaped into a nearby warehouse. When Duo rushed out to look for a water source, she was already frightened by the sight of Madame's lower body bleeding and in unbearable pain. In her haste, she did not close the door, so Yang Fan quickly noticed the cellar. Leading to the cellar was a narrow staircase. Yang Fan held his saber and stood at the side of the doorway. He looked inside and then tiptoed down. In the darkness, he walked down the stone steps step by step. When he reached the end, he faintly heard the cries of a baby. In a dark night like this, deep underground, in a place where one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands, suddenly hearing the cries of a baby. Even though Yang Fan had always been bold, he could not help but have goosebumps. He carefully poked his head out and glanced into the cellar. In a huge and spacious cellar, he saw a lamp. In the vast darkness, the lamp gave off a warm and quiet orange light. In the darkness, it formed a hazy ball of light that was no more than a few feet in radius. In the center of that ball of light lay a woman. Because it was too far away, even with Yang Fan's eyesight, he could not see clearly. He held his breath and gripped his saber tightly. He walked over step by step, getting closer and closer to that hazy ball of light. At this time, he saw it. He saw a woman. This woman was leaning against the wall, half sitting. Her hair was disheveled, and her body, hands, and even face were covered in blood. She seemed to be holding something in her arms, and the baby's cries suddenly rang out again. The woman moved, as if she was stretching her arms, and then the baby's cries stopped again. Yang Fan stood in the darkness and did not take another step forward. He just quietly watched. It turned out that the endless darkness behind the woman was a wall. No wonder he could not see clearly when he was standing at the entrance. He saw that from the waist down, the woman's moon-white dress was completely dyed red. Under the weak light, the bloodstains were not that striking, but because of her pale face and the bloodstains all over her body, it was frightening to look at. Her intestines, Yang Fan shivered and did not dare to look any further. He quickly moved his gaze to her face. In her arms, he found that she was holding a baby, a naked, blood-stained baby. The baby was held in her arms and was vigorously sucking on it. The woman was looking down at her child, her face filled with sweetness and happiness. Her chest was bared, and her plump breasts looked strangely white and tender after being stained with blood. They shone with an enchanting luster under the orange light, but who would have the slightest vulgar thought when seeing such a holy scene in front of them? Yang Fan felt his heart stuck in his throat. He wanted to speak, but he did not have the courage to say a single word. He wanted to move forward, but his legs were weak, and he could not take a single step. He had started killing people since he was 13. He had killed bandits and rebels, and he had also killed officials of the imperial court. He had never imagined that he would become so weak at the sight of blood that he could not even hold a knife. As his eyes adapted to the darkness, he could clearly see that the woman's abdomen had been cut open. This newborn baby had been cut open by her and taken out, and she ignored the terrible state of her abdomen and held the newborn baby in her arms, breastfeeding. Breastfeeding was a very warm matter, but in this kind of situation, it was horrifying. Thump! Yang Fan had never felt that the knife in his hand was so heavy. The saber was not considered heavy, but his hands were so weak that he could not hold it. The tip of the saber touched the floor, emitting a soft sound. Although this sound was soft, it was abnormally clear in this quiet warehouse where even the sound of a baby sucking could be heard. The woman suddenly held the baby in her arms tightly and stared with wide eyes. Looking at the darkness in front of her, she softly asked, "Who is it, Duo?" Her voice was not loud, as if she was afraid of scaring the child in her arms. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Using a great deal of strength, he lifted the knife in his hand and slowly walked forward. Under the light, the figure of Yang Fan gradually appeared. He was wearing a folded scarf on his head and a red handkerchief on the outside. He was wearing a short robe, a wide leather belt, a half-moon wrapped around his stomach, tight military trousers, and a pair of short leather boots. In his hand was a shining knife that flashed with a cold light under the light. Chun Ni-Unger's eyes flashed with despair. She lowered her head and sadly looked at the child who was trying his best to suck on her nipple, completely unaware of what his mother was going through. 2 teardrops fell onto his blood-stained face. Chun Ni-Unger slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Fan with pleading eyes. She softly said, "I beg you, let me stay with my child a little longer. Let him eat a few more mouthfuls." Tears rolled down her face. Chun Ni-Unger choked with sobs and said, "He is my son. We are mother and son in this life. For me, this life is only this night. This moment is so short, so short. I know that there is no way for me to survive. My newborn son is the same. When I decided to go to the capital, someone told me this would happen. I'm not afraid of death. I only beg you, let me stay with my son a little longer. He has just been born." Yang Fan's throat tightened. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "You are bleeding." Chun Ni sadly said, "I know, I am already hopeless. I know, I'm going to die." Yang Fan stared at her and suddenly asked, "You are not a Turkic spy?" Chun Ni-Unger looked at him with some surprise and asked, "Turkic spy? Is that what the person who sent you told you?" Without waiting for Yang Fan's reply, Chun Ni-Unger raised her voice with pride and arrogance, loudly declared, "I am not a Turkic spy. I am the woman of great General He Yichangji, wife of He Yichangji." Yang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. He believed Chun Ni-Unger's words. She had no need to lie. At this time, there was no need for her to lie. In addition, He Yichangji inexplicably hanged himself today, and the deep love she showed for her son at this moment, it was not easy to believe that the Turkic Turks sent a woman to be a spy, let alone a woman who was pregnant. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I don't have any medicine on me, but I can help you bandage your wound. Or, I can find a doctor." Chun Ni-Unger looked at the soldier in front of her in surprise. In her husband's army, she only saw that military orders were like mountains. She had never seen a soldier who dared to disobey orders, but this soldier in front of her. Chun Ni-Unger asked in surprise, "You want to save me?" Yang Fan said, "If what you said is true, I will never hand you over. I will save you." Chun Ni-Unger's eyes lit up. Her face became even paler, and her voice became even weaker, but her eyes that were full of despair suddenly burst out with a brilliance that was even brighter than the light from the lamp. It was so bright that Yang Fan did not dare to look directly at her. "Thank you, I can't do it. I know, I'm going to die soon. If possible, please save my son. I beg you. I only want him to live. As long as he lives, it's fine." In the end, Chun Yu did not say that she still had a maid here. Perhaps she still had a trace of doubt about the soldier's words, but this soldier was her only hope before her death. Whether she lived or died, it was impossible for the soldier in front of her to leave her body and child here. She could only hope that what Yang Fan said was sincere. Only then could she leave in peace. She looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of gratitude. She wanted to send the child over, but she just held her child, bent her arms, and stopped moving. The brilliance in her eyes gradually disappeared. She was dead. Yang Fan slowly walked to her side and knelt down on one knee. In his eyes, women had always been weak. He never knew that a woman's courage could make him feel such awe, as if he had seen a god. He carefully took the child from Chun Yu's arms. The naked baby with the umbilical cord tied in a knot and the bloodstains all over his body didn't know that his mother had already left this world. He was eating happily when he was suddenly hugged away. He couldn't help but burst into tears. Yang Fan held the child in front of his chest and looked at the great woman who had already passed away. Her eyes were not closed. His voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of waking her up. He used a somewhat hoarse but unusually solemn voice to say, "Your son will live well, I swear." Chapter 196. "Madam, I got some water, madam." Yang Fan had just unwrapped himself and was about to put the baby in his arms when suddenly a girl's urgent cry came from behind. Yang Fan turned around and saw a girl with 3 braids flashing out of the dark night. "Madam." When Duo saw the scene in front of her, she suddenly froze. Her hand loosened, and the pot in her hand fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. Steam rose up, and the light shone on the steam, enveloping her as if she was hidden in a cloud of fog. "Beast, I'll kill you." Duoduo's dull eyes slowly moved away from Chun Yu's bloody body and met Yang Fan's eyes. Her eyes suddenly flashed a chilling light. She pulled out the dagger at her waist and gritted her teeth as she pounced on Yang Fan. Bang! Duoduo's body tilted and fell heavily to the ground. She was suddenly hit in the back of the neck and fainted. Xie Xiaoman's figure flashed out like a ghost. Seeing the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but be startled. Xie Xiaoman searched for half the night. She had never thought that the government's Song City could be a hiding place. She only remembered that when she went to Yang Mingxing's house and asked him to help find the whereabouts of the assassin who assassinated Empress Wu, he had instructed Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong that Song City and some of the governments in Yu's places could also be hiding places for criminals. Coincidentally, when Xie Xiaoman climbed into Song City, Duo happened to be rushing back to the cellar with hot water. Xie Xiaoman followed behind her and sneaked in. Seeing the scene in front of her, Xie Xiaoman was at a loss. Yang Fan carefully put the child in his arms and said, "I found them here." This woman had just given birth. Perhaps it was a difficult birth, and there was no midwife to help her. She used a knife to cut open her stomach and took out her child. The cellar was very spacious, so Yang Fan's voice was a little hollow, with a hint of coldness. Yang Fan put the child in his arms and tried his best to arrange a position for him to lie down more comfortably. He continued, "I asked her. Before she died, she said that she was the woman of General He Zhichangji, and this child was the son of General He Zhichangji." Yang Fan tightened his belt and slowly stood up with a saber in hand. He stared at Xie Xiaoman and said, "General Wu Yuyi probably told you the same reason as I did, right? I believe her when she says that they are Turkic spies." Xie Xiaoman came to her senses and asked Yang Fan, "What do you want to do?" Yang Fan stared at her for a long time before a helpless smile appeared on his lips. "Xiaoman, do you still remember that night at the Dragon Gate? That day, because of the death of Crown Prince Zhang Huai's 2 sons, you were drinking in the tree. You asked me if I could remain indifferent if I was the one who experienced it. I said I could because it is my duty. Even if I don't do it, Someone else will. Yang Fan's eyes shone brightly as he stared into Xie Xiaoman's eyes. He said seriously, I didn't lie to you. Really, that was what I thought at the time. But when I really experienced it myself, I realized that sometimes people don't follow their logic. People who always follow their logic are not human. The child in his arms suddenly burst into tears again. His cries echoed in the empty cellar. Yang Fan gently patted him and turned to look at the bloody corpse on the ground. Her eyes were still open. Yang Fan held his saber horizontally in front of his chest. His fingertips gently stroked the blade inch by inch. His eyes also flashed with a sharp light. I thought that I could do anything for myself, but in the end, I can't do it. I have to save him. Xiaoman was a little sad. When Yang Fan pointed his saber at her, she suddenly realized that she really thought of him as her own family. Xiaoman had never invested a shred of emotion in the opposite sex, but she didn't know when it started. But Yang Fan's figure gradually entered her heart. Although he was far from being able to shake the position of elder brother in her heart, he was the only person after elder brother that she wanted to be close to. And at this moment, he was pointing his saber at her. Xiaoman wanted to ask him, if I don't let you go, will you really kill me? But she didn't ask. She saw the child in Yang Fan's arms, shaking his head slightly, as if he was still looking for a nipple. She suddenly wanted to cry. She thought of her mother. When her mother was dying, the only person she couldn't bear to part with was her. That was her mother's only concern before she died. Her mother entrusted her to her elder brother before she died. It was so similar to the current situation. Although she really wanted to know if Yang Fan would turn against her for this child, she couldn't ask because there was a great mother next to her. Xiaoman slowly took a step back and put away the saber in her hand. She suppressed the waves in her heart and said in a calm tone, Do you need my help? Yang Fan looked at her. A warm smile slowly appeared at the corner of Xiaoman's mouth. She said softly, Wu Huing can fall to his death. Of course, Xie Xiaoman can also never appear here. The night was dark and the sky was faintly white, but it had not yet released the first rays of dawn. Yang Fan, Xie Xiaoman, and Duo walked out of the grain cellar with the child. After Duo woke up, Yang Fan told her what had happened. Everything in the scene was enough to prove it to Yang Fan. Duo could only cry. Alang was dead. Her wife was dead. She was like a helpless child. She didn't know what to do. In the end, she could only listen to Yang Fan's arrangements and follow them out. Is it appropriate for her to be buried here? Xie Xiaoman asked Yang Fan softly. Yang Fan said, Right now, we really can't take one. Let's bury here first. I'll find a way to move it later. Just remember the location of this cellar first. His eyes were fixed on the top of the door frame of the cellar. There was a big red 7 character. This was the 7th cellar. Yang Fan said to Duo, This is the 7th cellar. Remember it. Duo wiped her tears and nodded. The child wriggled in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan gently patted his butt and said, Let's call the little guy Xiao Qi. Duo, I'll arrange a place for you to stay with Xiao Qi. I'll think of a way to redress the grievances with Di Gong later. Let's go. Duo was dressed like an old soldier and looked like a thin soldier. With the help of Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman, Duo easily followed them over the high wall and walked on the dark street before dawn. Along the way, they encountered 3 groups of marquee Wu patrolling at night, but they were all blown away by Yang Fan. Later, they encountered 2 Imperial guards, but Xie Xiaoman appeared and led them away. Yang Fan led Duo to his house in Yinfu Lane near Nan City and used the Imperial guard's waist tag to open the door. Yang Fan brought Duo and the child into the house and found a room with a well-prepared bed and mattress. He then boiled the water from the well and gave the child a bath. The child was clean after the bath. His white and tender skin was very cute. Neither of them knew how to wrap the baby. Yang Fan took out some soft cloth and tore it open. The 2 of them hastily wrapped the baby up. The newborn baby didn't have enough energy and fell asleep after being tossed around by them. Duo held the child and asked Yang Fan with a pair of frightened eyes, Brother Yang, what should I do now? The child needs to eat. Yang Fan frowned and thought for a long time, then sighed and said, I can't hire a nanny for him. You stay here first. This house is big enough. Even if the child cries, you don't have to worry about the neighbors hearing. But when I leave in a while, I will lock the door. You must not go out." He thought for a moment and said, "Later, I will go to Nan City to buy some rice and vegetables. You? Oh yes, I will try to buy some cooked food for you and send it back every 2 days. However, the child must eat some hot porridge. You must be careful to cook at night and not let people see the smoke." Duo was at a loss and could only rely on him now. She could only nod repeatedly and remember every word he said. Yang Fan said again, "I'm afraid the child can't always eat rice porridge. How about this? I will buy a milk goat from Nan City." At that time, the most popular drink in the Tang dynasty was dairy products. Among the various dairy products, cow's milk and horse's milk were not much. Sheep's milk was the mainstream, so it was easy to buy milk goats on the market. The house that Shui Huai gave him was filled with flowers and plants. Now, it could only be used as a pasture. Duo listened to everything Yang Fan said and nodded vigorously. This girl had been scared silly by the series of unforeseen events. Now, she regarded Yang Fan as her only support, her backbone. Naturally, she would listen to him. Yang Fan told her everything he could think of and finally said, "Is it this bag?" The bag was placed on the edge of the bed, and there were some bloodstains on it. Duo nodded and couldn't help but cry again when she thought of her dead wife. Yang Fan took the bundle in his hand and said, "Good, I will take this with me. Since it was Wu Yi who sent us, then it must be the Wu clan who dealt with General Blacktooth Changji. Grandpa D and the Wu clan don't get along and had thought of rescuing General Blacktooth, but he was too late. I will find a way to send this evidence to Grandpa D." Benefactor, Brother Yang. Duoduo's gratitude was hard to express. She suddenly bent her knees and knelt on the ground with a thud. She hugged the child and kowtowed heavily to him. Yang Fan quickly helped her up and said, "What are you doing? Get up quickly. Don't worry, everyone here knows that this is Master Shui's house and doesn't know that it has been transferred to me. No one will dare to break in. You can live here in peace. It's getting late, so I have to leave first. I'll visit you in the afternoon." Yang Fan hurriedly left. When he locked the door and walked to the crossroads, the bell above the heavenly gate began to ring. Chapter 197. When the bell on the gate of heaven rang, the bells and drums throughout the city rang in unison, forming a majestic symphony that reverberated in the sky above Luoyang. Yang Fan did not return to the palace, but instead headed towards Di Renjia's home in the southern part of the city. He welcomed the rising sun, accompanied by the sound of the drums, and his emotions surged. There were many things that one would not be able to understand if they had not seen it with their own eyes or experienced it for themselves. The scene from last night had deeply touched Yang Fan's heart. He wanted to do something for others, not because of himself, not because of his family, not because of his friends, only because of justice and conscience. He had thought that everything he had experienced had completely cooled his blood and that everything that had nothing to do with him would not affect his feelings. Only at this moment did he realize that it was not the case. He could not be cold-blooded and heartless, and he could not be completely void of worldly desires. Even if that person's misfortune had nothing to do with him, they had one thing in common, and that was human nature. What was human nature? Miaoshinka said. Human nature was something uglier than beasts. Perhaps the desires and feelings of humans were more complicated than beasts, and there would be some people who were crueler than beasts for their own benefits. However, humans were not humans because of these beasts in human skin. If they were the standard to distinguish humans from beasts, then humans were the cruelest of beasts. Humans were humans because of their human nature and love. Yang Fan believed that Di Renjia was a trustworthy person, not only because of Di Renjia's usual reputation, but also because he knew that Di Renjia was incompatible with the Wu clan in this short period of time. He knew that Di Renjia sympathized with Blacktooth Changji's misfortune and wanted to save this great general. The people who persecuted Blacktooth Changji were undoubtedly the Wu clan's party. This powerful force was not something he could deal with. He was willing to face it, but it did not mean that he had to do a hopeless battle like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He He needed an important official of the imperial court, like D. Renjia. In the D residence, the Luoyang prefecture had sent over the investigation of Miaoshinka's case early in the morning. D. Renjia was already sitting in the study. Hearing Shu Ashing's report, he waved his hand and said, "Leave it there." After Blacktooth Tsuneyoki's death, the position of great general that he had vacated was bound to cause a fight. The people who were most likely to succeed were the ones who framed Blacktooth Tsuneyoki. They were the most well-prepared, and if they didn't have a certain degree of confidence in seizing this power, there was no need for them to deal with Blacktooth Tsuneyoki. In this way, it would be even more difficult for D. Renjia to turn the tide and take back the military authority. He had to use all the forces he could, not just those who were anti-martial, neutral, and hidden in the court. Even the conflicts between the different factions of the Wu clan had to be fully exploited in order to have a chance of success. If that was the case, he needed to first confirm who it was that coveted Blacktooth Everlasting's position of great general. Was it Wu Sanxi or Wu Qingxi? As for the death of Miaoshinka, it was not even worth mentioning compared to this matter. Even though this matter was personally ordered by Empress Wu, he did not have the leisure to care about it. Wait a minute. Shu Ashing gently put down the documents sent by the Luoyang prefecture. Just as he was about to leave, D. Renjia suddenly called out to him. He handed over the things he had just written in his hand and ordered, "Send these invitations as soon as possible. This old man wants to invite Princess Taiping and the Prime Ministers back. Also, if Shun Mu comes, bring him to see me." Shu Ashung complied and took the invitations that D. Renjia had personally written and left. D. Renjia slowly stood up and paced around the room. He clenched his right hand into a fist and repeatedly knocked it on his left palm. He was repeatedly thinking about who would benefit more from Blacktooth Tsuneyoki's death. Although he only needed to wait patiently for the murderer to surface in order to fight for the military authority, it would be too late to act by then. Alang. D. Renjia was pulling his beard strand by strand in deep thought when Shu Ashing suddenly stepped into the door. D. Renjia's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is it Shenmu?" Shu Ashing said, "Alang, not Shenmu. It is Yang Fan who accompanied Alang to investigate the case yesterday. He said that he has a confidential matter to discuss with Alang." D. Renjia was startled and asked curiously, "Yang Fan? Why is he here so early in the morning? Quickly bring him to see me." Shu Ashing agreed and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, "Yes, this person is really strange. There's a door, but he didn't use it. He actually climbed over the wall. It made me think that a thief had broken in broad daylight. Wait." D. Renjia's eyes sharpened. "You said he climbed over the wall?" Shu Ashing said, "Yes." D. Renjia thought for a moment and asked, "Where is he?" "He's in the western courtyard," Shu Ashing replied. "He came from the woods outside the courtyard. If Xiao Run did not go to the western courtyard to look for the gilded invitation, I would not have found him. I told him to wait there. I'll ask Alang if you want to see him." D. Renjia's eyes slightly flashed. "I see. Don't bring him here. This old man will go see him. Does anyone else know that he broke into the residence?" Shu Ashing said, "No. This old man thought that with his status, there is no reason for him to be a thief. So I did not send anyone to watch." D. Renjia said, "Well done. Don't let others know about this matter. Let's go. Bring this old man to see him immediately." D. Renjia's legs have not yet recovered, but they are already 70 to 80% healed. It is not a big problem to walk without exerting too much strength. He let Shu Ashung lead him to the west courtyard. Chanwan was holding a bowl of hot cheese when she saw D. Renjia, following Shu Ashing sneakily. She could not help but call out, "Alang, the cheese is here." D. Renjia waved his hand and put a finger to his lips to make a silent gesture. Then he slipped away with Shu Ashung. Chanwan was puzzled and said to herself, "This old man, what is he busy with now?" At this time, the residence's steward came and saw Chanwan standing there with a bowl in her hand. He said, "Miss Chanwan, Shenmu came to visit Alang. Is Alang in the study?" "He is here." Chanwan's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Invite him to the study. Alang will see him in a while." The steward responded with a smile and turned to leave. Chanwan looked at the hot cheese in her hand and wrinkled her nose. She said, "Strange old man, if you don't want to drink, then forget it. If you don't want to drink, give it to my third brother." In the west courtyard, Yang Fan saw Di Renjia and solemnly said, "Uncle, this nephew took the liberty to visit because I have an important matter to inform Uncle." Di Renjia said, "Is there any important clue about Miaoshinka's case?" Yang Fan said, "No, this nephew has a grievance regarding Great General He Chi-Chong-ji. After thinking about it, the entire imperial court can only ask Uncle for help." Yang Fan did not say anything and directly took the bag. Di Renjia's eyes narrowed. He said, "This is—" Yang Fan said, "Uncle, please take a look first." Di Renjia took the bundle and opened it. Inside were many letters, official letters, and military documents. There were even some thick name lists. Di Renjia only flipped through a few things before his expression changed. "Nephew, where did you get these things from?" Yang Fan said, "Does Uncle think that these things can be used as evidence?" Di Renjia said, "What evidence?" Yang Fan said, "To clear Great General He Chi-Chong-ji's name and find evidence of the mastermind behind the murder of the Great General." Di Renjia narrowed his old eyes and carefully looked at Yang Fan for a long time. He lightly waved his hand and said to Shu Ashung, "Ashung, go outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone come near." "Yes." Shu Ashung flashed outside. Di Renjia stared at Yang Fan and said in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with He Chi-Chong-ji?" Yang Fan said, "We don't know each other." Di Renjia said, "You should know that He Chi-Chong-ji was the current duke of the dynasty, a great general at the border. Even so, he died in such a dubious way. This bag is enough to take your life. Even if you die, you won't be able to cause any trouble. You're just a soldier. There is no need for you to stand up for others." Yang Fan said, "Someone has to stand up. Don't you think so, Uncle Di?" Di Renjia stared at him for a long time. His eyes gradually revealed a gratified expression, and he lightly nodded. "I am not alone." Yang Fan naturally understood this sentence and couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Uncle, you agree to intervene?" Di Renjia said, "Since this old man knows about this, I will naturally intervene. But not now." Yang Fan was startled and slightly angered. "Why is that?" Di Renjia shook his head. "Child, it is not enough to be hot-blooded. You must pay attention to strategy. From this evidence, He Chi-Chong-ji was framed by Wu Qingxi, Qiu Xinji, and Zhou Xing. If General He Chi-Chong-ji is not dead, this old man will immediately bring this bag to the palace to see the Empress. The Empress will definitely pardon him and use a very dignified method to clear his name and give him justice. At the same time, it will also prove that the imperial court is clear." But Di Renjia stared at Yang Fan. "He Chi-Chong-ji is dead. A duke, a great general who has been guarding the border for many years, has died inexplicably. If he is to be pardoned, someone must be responsible. Who will be responsible? A dead Blacktooth Chong-ji was useless, but those who framed Blacktooth Chong-ji were still of great use to the Empress. What do you think the result will be?" Yang Fan couldn't help but ask. "What will be the result?" Di Renjia said. "The result will be a stone sinking into the sea. This case will continue to be wrong, and the person who framed General He Chi-Chong-ji may be summoned by the Empress to be scolded, but he will still be used." Yang Fan could only feel the veins on his forehead throbbing a few times. He gritted his teeth. "Then this case is just going to end like this?" Di Renjia lightly shook his head and slowly paced around the room. His eyes habitually narrowed. Poison can sometimes kill people, and sometimes it can also save people. It all depends on when and where you use it. The same piece of evidence can sometimes lead to death, and sometimes it can let him off the hook. He stood still and slowly turned around to look at Yang Fan. He said in a low voice, "To let it play its proper role, we need the right time. If you believe this old man, then leave it here. This old man promises you that this evidence will appear when you can bring the villain to justice." Chapter 198. If Master D is still untrustworthy, then there will be no good people left in the court. Yang Fan bowed deeply and said, "My knowledge is shallow. I will follow your arrangements." Di Renja nodded. Yang Fan was his son's good friend and had saved his life, so Di Renja had always been close to him. Now that he knew that they were like-minded, he became even more friendly. He simply asked Yang Fan about how he obtained the evidence, and when he heard about the cesarean section, he couldn't help but be moved. After sighing, Di Renja said, "Nephew has done very well and is very meticulous. Since that Miss Duo said that she asked the Yamen runners from the Ministry of Justice about my residence yesterday, and they could not catch me, it is inevitable that they would arrange people outside my house. You should sneak in through the forest and leave through the forest." Yang Fan said, "Nephew has the same intention. Nephew still has some things to arrange and will leave these things to uncle. Nephew will take his leave." Di Renja nodded in agreement and watched as Yang Fan left. He called out, "Ashung." Shu Ashing answered and entered. Di Renja said, "Keep this bag carefully." Shu Ashung walked over to organize the bag, and Di Renja walked back to the study. Now that he knew that the real mastermind behind Blacktooth Changji was Wu Chengxi, it was easy to handle. He only needed to subtly reveal this information to Wu Sanxi, and he would jump out to cause trouble for Wu Chengxi. However, Empress Wu's ascension to the throne was currently the most important matter in the imperial court. Everything else had to give way to this matter. Now that they had presented the evidence of their crimes, Empress Wu would definitely reduce the matter to a small one for the sake of stability. Similarly, the battle between Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi would not be too intense. They would definitely work together to ensure that Empress Wu ascended to the throne. He had to ensure that Longyo's military power did not fall into Wu Chengxi's hands, and he had to rely on other forces, such as Princess Taiping and Shenmu. When Di Renja walked into the study, he saw Shenmu sitting there eating hot cheese. The beautiful little girl with bright eyes and white teeth snuggled up to his side, smiling sweetly as she said something. The two of them looked extremely intimate. Di Renja coughed and walked in. Lady Chan Wan had a pretty appearance. Even though she was dressed as a maid and did not dress up too much, it could not hide her extraordinary beauty. It was said that she was originally a famous courtesan in Chang, and later on, she was bought by Shenmu and sent to his side to serve him as a maid. Di Renja only vaguely knew about it and did not inquire about it in detail. He also knew that this Lady Chan Wan was the person that Shenmu had left by his side to be in charge of contacting and communicating with. He had never really treated her as his maidservant. Alang. Seeing Di Renja come in, Chan Wan hurriedly curtsied. Di Renja said, "Okay, go out for a while and guard the door. I have something to discuss with Shenmu." "Yes." Chan Wan's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Shenmu's face, and then she retreated. Shenmu put down the small porcelain bowl and stood up. "Master Di." Di Renja waved his hand and said, "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you." After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, the study room quieted down. Di Renja sat behind the desk, stroking his beard and frowning slightly. Shenmu sat beside him, and his eyes were in a daze. After a long time, Shenmu slowly said, "If you want to ensure that you do not lose your military power, I will encourage young Master Jiang to take action in the imperial court and let some ministers support you. Of course, it will still depend on you, Master Di. As for me, I can think of a way to create a conflict at the river source. In this way, Lu Shirda, the deputy envoy, will temporarily take over the position of ambassador and command the three armies. Once General Lu temporarily takes over He Chichang Ji's military position and has made military achievements, it will not be easy to remove him from the position of ambassador. In addition to the efforts of the imperial court, I'm afraid Wu Chengxi's efforts will be in vain." Di Renja frowned and said, "You want to create a conflict? Won't there be casualties?" Shenmu sneered. "Master Di, do you have a foolproof plan? The Tubo and Turkic Khaganate will invade the borders whenever they have the chance. Do you think they will not launch another attack on Longyu after knowing that their archenemy, He Chichang-ji, is dead? If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid they're already planning to cooperate. Provoking a conflict in advance and winning a great battle will only bring benefits to the Tang dynasty. If you want to achieve great things, don't bother about trifles. If you are such a soft-hearted person who wants perfection in everything, why don't you shave your hair and become a monk who doesn't care about anything? When blood flows like a river outside, you only need to chant Ba twice and your conscience will be at ease. Renji heaved a sigh. Shinmu continued. If we wait until they have completed their plan and are fully prepared, the two sides will join forces and attack again. If the imperial court were to send a muddle-headed and incompetent general, that would truly be the end of the trend. At that time, I'm afraid the losses would be more than 10 times what we have now. Renji gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. He said in a deep voice, "All right, go and do it. We will coordinate from the inside and outside to ensure that Longyo's military power does not fall into the hands of the Wu family." Shenmu said, "All right, I will arrange it immediately. I have almost settled the matters in Luoyang. In a few days, I will personally go to Longyu." Renji asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Shenmu said, "Master D, how much do you think I will have to pay to provoke a conflict, restrain the Turkic Khaganate, prevent the conflict from expanding, and ensure that Lu Shur's side wins? I don't know how many of the arrangements I have made in Longyu will be destroyed because of this battle. How can I not go?" Yang Fan left the D residence and wandered around the city for a while. After making sure that no one was following him, he went to Nan City. At this time, Nan City had just opened for business. Yang Fan casually ate something in the shop and went to buy a set of casual clothes to change into. He then bought a wheelbarrow. He bought a few sets of women's clothes and some daily necessities. He also bought some rice, flour, oil, and salt. He thought that Duo might be able to endure not eating for a day, but it would be troublesome for the child, so he bought a lot of high-quality charcoal. In the end, Yang Fan chose a milk goat. Other than the goat, the rest of the things were placed on the wheelbarrow. He turned into Yinfu workshop like a hawker on the street. Yang Fan wandered around the workshop casually and arrived at the side door of his house. While there was no one around, he opened the corner door and entered the courtyard. Yang Fan sent food and clothes to Duo. Seeing that the child was crying from hunger, he quickly asked Duo to milk some goat's milk. He then lit some high-quality charcoal that did not like to emit smoke. Duo was a woman from the border, so she was very skilled at milking cows. After a while, she squeezed out a bowl of goat's milk and boiled it in the charcoal pot. After warming it up, she fed it to the extremely hungry Xiao Qi. The little guy finally had a mouthful of milk, so how could he be picky? He swallowed it in big mouthfuls and enjoyed it very much. The little guy was simple-minded and sensible. After eating his fill, he stopped crying and closed his eyes to sleep. Yang Fan looked at the relieved Duo and said to her, "All right, you should eat something too. You've been hungry for a long time." "Okay." Duo agreed, but she did not leave. Suddenly, her beautiful big eyes flashed as she looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything else?" Duo stammered, "That matter." Yang Fan said, "Oh, I've already handed it over to an official. It's just that the people who framed Blacktooth General Chang Ji are now in hot demand. They can't make a move now. They have to wait for 2 hours." Oh, Duo's eyes darkened, and she was slightly disappointed. Seeing that she was still not leaving, Yang Fan asked again, "What else is there?" Duo bit her lip and asked again, "What about me and the young master?" Yang Fan said, "You can live here in peace. No one will disturb you. One day, the injustice of Blacktooth General Chang Ji will be cleared, and his young master will also be rewarded by the imperial court." Duo wanted to say something, but hesitated. She said timidly, "Then, I'm going to eat." Yang Fan nodded and watched her walk out. He then lowered his head to look at the child sleeping soundly and let out a soft sigh. In the evening, Yang Fan rushed back to the palace. He thought that he was the last one to return, but when he arrived at the Black Tortoise Gate, he found out that there were still more than 1,000 cavalry guards who had yet to report back. It seemed that the position of brigade commander was really attractive. Wu Yi was very annoyed. Ever since the internal guards found nothing at the rented place of the two Turkic women, they had completely lost all news of them. The people he sent to the outskirts of Ringe's mansion also did not find any news of the two Turkic women. In the afternoon, Ringe actually leisurely went out to the Golden Hairpin drunkenness to entertain Princess Taiping and several prime ministers. It seemed that he knew nothing about this matter. Now that the internal guards and the 100 cavalry guards had returned one after another, there was still no trace of the two women. Could they still fly to the sky? Because he was in a bad mood, Wu Yi did not speak too warmly to Yang Fan, who was his little uncle. He asked a few simple questions and let him go back to rest. Wu Yi continued to wait for news on the city gate tower. Yang Fan returned to the dormitory, took a bath, and changed his clothes. He went to have dinner and continued to exercise in the Jia City area to relax. When the sky turned dark, he wanted to go back to rest. He had been busy all night yesterday and had not slept yet. Unexpectedly, when he returned to the front of the barracks, he saw Xie Xiaoman waiting for him there. In the early morning, Xie Xiaoman pretended to find something and ran away to distract the two imperial guards who were searching for him. She acted as a cover for him. It was not until now that they met again. Xie Xiaoman didn't say anything. She only glanced sideways with her big, expressive eyes, and Yang Fan followed her away. "Come, sit down. I have something to talk to you." As Xie Xiaoman spoke, she sat down on one of the stone dumbbells in the martial arts arena. Perhaps it was because the two of them knew each other's secrets, but the way she spoke became even more intimate. Yang Fan stretched out his leg and hooked a stone dumbbell in front of him. He also sat down naturally. This stone dumbbell weighed 120 kilograms. It was the heaviest stone dumbbell in the entire martial arts practice field. With a light hook of his foot, he lifted it as if it was weightless. Xie Xiaoman's pupils shrank as she saw this.